What is going on, everybody? Welcome back. Day two of the 2026 NFL Draft is underway. We're going to have reactions, analysis for every selection. Should be really exciting. This will be even more fast paced than last night was. There was a lot of craziness last night. If you missed the show last night, definitely go check that out when this is done. We got a lot to talk about with all the players tonight, so that's really exciting. Obviously, big stories from yesterday, right? Ty Simpson goes 13th to the Rams as the heir apparent to Matthew Stafford. The Arizona Cardinals select Jeremiah Love at 3. The Jets, to me at least, underwhelmed. The Cowboys crushed it. And the Philadelphia Eagles and Baltimore Ravens did it again. So some pretty similar things that go on. The Packers pick tonight. That's really exciting for the Packers folks in the comments that are watching. This will be fun. We'll get some reactions to both of those selections. Drew's here says, do you think Kayvon Thibodeaux or Pickens gets traded today? I don't know. It doesn't feel like Pickens would get traded now. I feel like Dallas would have taken advantage of the receivers at the top of the draft last night and maybe moved up from 20. So I don't think Pickens gets moved. Thibodeaux getting moved is very, very possible tonight. Especially if the Giants want to deploy Reese on the edge a little bit, that is going to happen. San Francisco, I don't think they trade out. I think they're going to pick here. I think this is going to be Basantis or Pregnon, which means we get off and running here with our graphics. So we got them all. Might get some typing in to try to finish some more graphics tonight, and so we have even more than I have currently in the reserves right now. But that's the goal tonight. Want to get reactions to all of it. We will have thoughts on every selection. Don't you worry. But want to make sure we get all of the analysis that you come here to look for. So we'll see. But I think the Niners are going to go guard, and then sort of all bets are off. Kayvon Thibodeaux has just posted goodbye on his Instagram story, so something worth noting there. We will monitor that situation. I know the Saints were a team that was brought up in those trade discussions. Obviously, really preliminary trade discussions, but they were brought up, so it could be very possible. I feel like McCoy is the Niners pick. I mean, someone's going to take him, probably Baltimore. A classic if Baltimore does that. Just let things fall into their lap. Would be a little bit similar to them getting Ojabo in 2022 when it was like, oh wow, Ojabo shouldn't be here, right? And then they take him because of the injury, and same with McCoy. Drew says, I think if we, meaning the Packers, do a small trade up, we can jump a lot of teams that will take corners. If we don't, they might mostly get gobbled up. I expect Pons, Hood, and McCoy to go in the next 12 selections. That would be my quick prediction tonight. Saints did not trade up in the first, and they are aggressive. That is true. So hopefully we're underway here. As of 3 minutes ago, the Niners are on the clock at pick 33. So here we go. If you are trickling in to the live stream, please hit that like button. Very helpful to start with. If you've enjoyed this content, if you're tuning in for the first time, obviously no pressure, but a like, a sub, those help out a ton. Lots of film rooms going to be popping off here as we get a lot of these picks tonight. Especially, I have Traden Stukes and Keontae Scott film rooms done with just team names and all of that needing to be attached into the intro. So we're pretty much off and running. Casey Concepcion for the Browns, that's going to be one. Obviously, Chris Johnson to Miami is going to be one. Drew, no, you can drop picks. Anybody who wants to tip picks, we're looking for the info immediately, so that is totally fine to do. I have no problem with that. So yeah, keep it rolling if anyone sees anything. So would be extremely helpful. But yeah, again, we're just waiting on the notification bells and seeing where teams are going to be going. I mean, there's a lot of players, that were at least in first round discussions last night. Obviously, McCoy drops due to injury. Denzel Boston was brought up in the first round a ton. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren from Toledo, right? Colton Hood, Avion Terrell, Basantis, Pregnon, Caden McDonald, Christian Miller. Zion Young was a little bit. TJ Parker, Jacob Rodriguez, CJ Allen, Cassius Howell. We talked about Pons, Bernard, R. Mason Thomas, Traden Stukes. So, yeah, just a lot of that to keep an eye on with where these sort of perceived potential first rounders sort of end up. So, Joel, what's going on? Says Steelers trading up for Boston would make a lot of fans feel better. Yeah, I mean that's understandable. Do you think that's too much like a bunch of power forwards with Boston as kind of a main player, and then in three wide receiver sets, or is that fine? Are you guys okay with that? Is really maybe the question. Could I give a summary on Colton Hood? I mean, yeah, you definitely can even before we get going, if that's what you guys would prefer. I have stuff on Colton Hood. I'll read what I've got in my notes here. He's got all the athletic tools, right, to become a very good corner. Transitions really good. Stop start quickness, pedal to drive, all of that. The speed to carry downfield is good. Yeah, I mean, the physicality kind of comes and goes. He's a little bit late recognizing the snap gets going. There are times where he kind of gets punked by receivers just throwing blocks at him. Good tackler in open space. I think he's really composed there. He breaks down. He isn't aggressive when he's trying to make tackles in open space. He doesn't really find the ball well downfield. That's the biggest thing for me. Maybe just got to be playing the receiver because he gets late turning his head. He grabs a little bit when he panics, but it's not as big as some other guys who get really, 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 really grabby. But it's more that Hood just can't find it. That's kind of the biggest thing for me is finding the football down the field. But again, when you talk about the no-fly zone, right? Aqib Talib, Chris Harris, these guys, they weren't big on finding the ball. They were big on playing through the receiver's hands, right? Once the ball's arrived and working on that type of hand-eye coordination and timing. So that can work. Drew says reports our Colts general manager is looking to moving back to pick up extra picks. A Chris Ballard special, of course. Joel says I think he play inside and outside, meaning Boston. Playing three power forwards with different skill sets. Yeah, I guess DK's got the speed that the other two don't have. And I would say Pittman's your best intermediate player of those three. And then you kind of got your box out player with Boston who also can win downfield. So yeah, maybe Pittman goes in the slot there a little bit more and still would probably want DK to play the X, but understandable. Also a little bit biased towards, yeah, I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Michael Hill Topperhouse says that the Niners are taking Stribling. That's real? Wow, they are. Whoa. Oh, holy crap. Wow. That is, it's something. It's something. Oh my goodness. Crazy start. Let me get these other banners in here that we need. Just got to add Packers, Bengals, Colts, Falcons, and Jaguars to our little select banner list here. Yeah, Jaguars. That's not spelled right. There we go. Okay. And so then the Niners are selecting De'Zhaun Stribling. Wow. All right, well, we've got that. We've got that in spades. We can get to that one. Yeah, that's insane. I mean, after picking Pearsall, but again, I think the biggest thing with this is the three wide receiver sets, right? You're losing Juwan Jennings. He's not coming back. Pearsall is going to be your Z, your flanker. Then you're going to have, to me, Mike Evans be the X for a season, and then maybe be kind of, get Stribling into the mix and sort of an inside-out type of versatility. But that is surprising. I'm not going to have all of the graphics for tonight, I will say. But I knew better. For this one. I mean, the NFL basically kind of told us that. So this is we were expecting this. This is something we were expecting. So yeah, DeJounte dribbling 6'2" and an 8.207, 9.57 RAS, really high RAS score, right? Really kind of had that Matthew Golden-esque ascension at the end of the season. Really weren't talking about him until about week 12, and then he kind of just caught fire. Got to 811 yards, 6 touchdowns. He is only a career 1.68 yards per out run, and only 32 of 70 contested catches. I had to kind of double take when I looked at that. Now, he has kind of that vertical slot element to his game where he's got that acceleration. He can win with the foot fire and the split release, right? There's a lot of that. He tracks the ball well down the field on a lot of those vertical routes. And, you know, I think he stair steps pretty well on crossers, that little bit of vertical pressure. And then he flashes some of that physicality and hand swipe timing against contact in the stem. But the big one, as it was mentioned by Joel here, right, it's Kyle Shanahan seeing how well he blocks, and that's an important part of the Shanahan system, right? Shanahan and McVay are going to be like, hey, you no block, no rock, and to see him kind of basically take over where Jawan Jennings, you know, left off makes a lot of sense. I don't think he's going to be a tremendous intermediate player, especially early on. It might take a couple years because I don't think the through break transitions are sudden enough. And I think he kind of gets bogged down because he has to decelerate in a funky way because he doesn't drop his weight. So I think there is some of that. But again, the vertical stuff, the insert blocking and running away from guys on crossers, that's going to be a major part of his game. And so that's why I understand why the Niners would make a pick like that. So makes sense. The Cardinals have selected Chase Bisontis. There we go. Now we can name some of their O-line. The guard from Texas A&M is next up for us. There we go. The insiders fighting over who's reporting these. Luckily, I have all of them up. So yeah, we'll go right into Chase Bisontis then. Here, let's get to it. Let me get to. Here we go. Okay, Cardinals, Chase Bisontis, the pick for them, 6'5" and an A315, the 9.85 RAS. Really impressive for him. So I think that no, not you, Drew. Not you, Drew. The fight between Schefter and Rap Sheet. I saw Rap Sheets for Stribling, and I saw Schefter for Bisontis. That's where we're going to get that's what I meant by the fight to release the picks is really between the insiders. He's got 1,962 career snaps, 1,358 of those at left guard. He actually has 540 at right tackle. That was a few seasons ago. I think he's a really good processor and pass pro, right? The eye discipline, the awareness for twists and stunts, to see the blitzers coming, to see who's dropping out and who's working downhill towards the quarterback. Like, I think he has a really good job identifying all of that. He helps and looks for work when he doesn't have an assignment, right? So I think with him, it's he flashes the independent hand usage on top of it, right, to maintain control. He's got good combo climb ability in the run game. He's a really strong puller. I think he's got good pad level and functional strength as a run blocker as well. He's got that finisher mentality. I think he's going to be more of a lose slowly player at guard, right? The anchor gets tested quite a bit, and it will in the league. No question about that, right? Versus a brick wall type when you watch Ioane, he's just kind of more, okay, slow loss, hold up as long as possible, and he can recover pretty well, right? But I think the one thing that has to improve, and that could maybe help him with the anchors, if he's ready to strike early enough, get off the ball a little bit quicker, a little slow with the snap timing, And he does lose the length battle, which can affect some of that balance. But again, he's not the twitchiest mover, but he's a really, really solid player in pass protection. So it sounds like, wow, that's surprising. Buffalo, I thought was going to be the team to take Caden McDonald. It is actually not going to be them to take Caden McDonald, it seems. It's going to be TJ Parker, which, okay, that's something that, and then we have this. Hang on a minute. Then we have this guy here. Texans trade up to 36 from 38. They're going to give up 36. They're going to get 36 and 117. The Raiders are going to get 38 and 91. So Houston may be coming up to get one of those defensive tackles, Miller or McDonald, while the Raiders drop back thinking they might be able to get Boston. But let's get to the Bills, who have not picked until now. TJ Parker, the edge out of Clemson. We will get to that momentarily. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. There we go. TJ Parker, 6'3" and 5'8", 263, 33 and eighth inch arm, like 939 RAS, 41 pressure, 5 sacks season in 2025. He has had a lot more productive seasons in the past. It's 2024. The numbers look really good, right? Just a 12.6% pressure rate in 2025. I think he's effective as a pass rusher in terms of the moves he can get to. He's got the long arm, obviously. He's got the bull rush. He can get to the Euro cross chop at times as well. Utilizes the length, which you need to be at this size. You got to be an edge setter, which he is. And he's got the pad level to hold the point, set that strong edge, shed blocks. He can be effective, reduce him inside as a 4-eye a little bit. He plays through reach blocks really well because he's got the length to have that control, right? And I think, but really it's more of the processing against the run. He gets a little too far upfield, right? He's when they're slanting across, you have to be able to recognize, change direction if that was the wrong call or something like that. Some of these other guys, I think, on that line sniff it out a little bit better than he does. He's a little bit stiff and out of control when he tries to turn the corner. He's just never going to be an upfield burst, threaten around the arc, reduce the surface area type of player. And he just doesn't regain, that balance effectively. And so that's kind of where it's like the Bills, they're doing that little bit of like, we'll grab the stiffer guy again, the big heavy-handed rusher. This is what they do, right? AJ Epinesa, Gregory Rousseau. I think Rousseau was obviously probably the most fluid and athletic of all of those guys. But yeah, that's kind of the I think the difference. So, okay, the Texans, they certainly have done it, haven't they? They've taken Caden McDonald, the defensive tackle from Ohio State. I thought there was a path potentially for Green Bay to land Caden McDonald in this thing, right? If Houston was going to be the team to go get Christian Miller, which maybe that leaves Miller for Green Bay, and that's something we can talk about when we get there. But it did seem like there was a path, but it was going to involve the Texans not taking McDonald, of course, and they obviously do it right there. That's fine. We kind of figured that it was a little bit of a long shot for sure, but it is what it is. Excited though to talk about Caden McDonald. So let's do that. All right, Houston lands their nose tackle in McDonald. He's 21 years old and change. He's a really young, one of the younger players in this class. Of course, that's a class that has a bunch of 24, 25-year-olds. When you look at, the career snaps, really, really low, just 695 for him, just 3 sacks, 11 tackles for loss, 45 stops, 18 pressures in 353 pass rush snaps in his career. So again, the pressure rate is really, really low. When you look at him, again, prototypical one tech, the nose tackle, this is your space eater, right, with the elite play strength at the point of attack. He's going to shed guards and centers really effectively. Right, he's got the violent strikes and the push-pull stuff to get guys on the ground. Combo blocks just don't move him very much. He gets the post foot down and he anchors down really well. He plays through contact well in the move, on some of those outside runs. I think that the collision stuff, he's got great contact balance, of course. It's always a collision world up there in the trenches. And then I think he can recover with his hands and reset them, re-anchor when he needs to. And I think as a pass rusher, he's got that initial surge with the bull rush, but the pad level isn't very good. When that process to rush the passer gets longer and the rep gets longer, he just doesn't have all of that. It's not consistent. Can he unlock more as a pass rusher? We'll see. He's not overly twitchy, right? He's a nose tackle. That's this is what he is. It's valuable in this league. Much more palatable to do it on day 2 versus day 1. That's why you guys saw a player of like Banks' potential and Peter Woods' pedigree go in the first when others did not. So that kind of is pretty much, I think, to what we expected in terms of the nose tackle stuff. It was like, Buffalo, Houston, they just didn't take him in the first, and they just waited. They grabbed something else, or in the Bills' case, they traded down. It makes sense. So watch out for us trading with the Colts, says Drew. Yeah, I think that makes perfect sense. Don't see why not, right? As long as we don't get the stiff power edge guy, no Akis. That's fair. Do we have the next one? Yes, we do. Okay. Texans jump the Giants to take him, and the Giants say, let's just keep cooking. I really wish the Giants had gone with Downs or Ioane. Well, the Colton Hood dream is done for the Packers fans here. We just talked about him. We'll talk about him again, just to make sure just to make sure we cover all our bases. Of course. But yeah, so the Giants get Colton Hood. He's 5'8" and 5'8", 193, 9.66 RAS, a 4.44 40, 3 interceptions, 14 pass breakups, 5.5 tackles for loss, a 16.8 missed tackle rate. That's a little high. It's a little higher than I expected. Because I think he's a really good tackler. We were just talking about it earlier. I think he breaks down really well in space, doesn't get overly aggressive. Only allowed a 65.9 passer rating in his career. That's really impressive. Again, all the athletic tools, the pedal to drive, transition, in the horizontal breaking route stuff. He's really good carrying guys vertically, right? He can be physical in press and in run defense, right? That's all there. When it's on, it's a little inconsistent, and we talked about him trying to find the football down the field. That is a little bit of a struggle for him, but still a really strong player, I think, in that regard. That I think you're banking on some ceiling a little bit more with a player like him, but I do think it is a worthy bet, especially for the Giants at this spot, right? So, Packers taking Cisse is my greatest fear. Same. This could be Boston for the Raiders. The Raiders moved out once. Will they do it again? So, Stribling's uncle is a WWE Hall of Famer, huh? That's interesting. Some good stuff there. So yeah, we think it's going to be Boston, presumably, for the Raiders. So okay, little bit of a lull. Might be again time for me to catch up with some of my notes and stuff that I want to make sure I get on this board here. So Raiders beat is guessing Traden Stukes. would make sense. So, yeah, but I mean, Stukes would make sense. They need secondary help. David Boston again. They need something on the boundary. I know that they've got Dante Thornton, right? There's Jack Bash is there, and they've got Trey Tucker, but it just feels like they're kind of, I don't know. Besh is a good ball winner though. Besh is a really good ball winner. So Colton Hood was the last guy in the green room. Okay, that's some interesting info. Stukes and Emmanuel McNeil Warren's still out there. Maybe for Minnesota, just as a thought there. You never know. You never know. So yeah, Caden McDonald pretty much does exactly what they need him to do. He pretty much frees everything up for the lighter rushers. In Anderson, who holds his own against the run, right? But and then Danielle Hunter, who they're going to be able to pin their ears back. They're going to be able to be aggressive. That's how they're going to be able to operate. Yeah, that's really good for the Texans. They get that. This is kind of what we expected the Texans to do, right? They get a D tackle and they get a guard or a tackle, right? They were going to do trenches on both sides. Yes, we have that one with Colton Hood. We did cover him just moments ago. We're kind of waiting on if the Raiders are going to try to trade out or somebody's going to move up here. Interested to see what happens. So, but yeah, guess we'll see. It was fast and furious there for a few minutes, and now it's gone eerily quiet. There you go. Okay, it is. The Raiders beat is correct. It is going to be Treydan Stukes. Defensive back, Arizona. So there we go there. Let's get to that one. We've got it. We were wondering if he was going to go last night because there was that level of buzz, that shows up late where it's like, oh, is this going to be the move for somebody at the end of the end of round one where a team's looking for some versatility at defensive back, and they have it. It's here with Treydan Stukes, 6'1", 190. The 995 RAS, the 4.33 40. I don't think that shows up on the film, but the fact that he ran it, pretty impressive. He's going to be a 24-year-old rookie, I believe. 2,674 career snaps, right? 1,174 of those were at slot corner. Now, 943 at corner, that's where he started. I don't think he's going to be playing there. He had 39 snaps at free safety and then 464 in the box is kind of your extra linebacker in the run fit, essentially. I do think he needs to play split field safety. I do think that's going to benefit him a little bit more because I'm just not sure he is built to be the big nickel of the future in terms of block deconstruction, whether it be taking on blocks, getting around them, finding clean alternatives if he doesn't want to take on that contact. So that's something that he's going to have to either figure out, or they're just, again, going to be playing him at safety full time. 7 picks, 29 pass breakups, 12 tackles for loss, and a 77.4 rating when targeted. He has now the best interception of the cycle, no question. That pick against Arizona State where he basically leaped him, just completely leaped him. It was a fantastic play. The one against, I believe, BYU, where he is basically just following guy on the sail route and pretty much just the ball falls in his hands, but he has to still make the play, and he does so. Good processor and coverage, especially off coverage from the slot. It's still good there, but again, when it's more of the twitchy, explosive playmakers in the slot, he's going to struggle a little bit. if he doesn't get hands on. But again, the route concepts, he knows where receivers are going to break. He keeps his eyes on that. Again, we talked about the ball skills. He's got enough build-up speed to close and hang with crossers, but again, really the issue, and the communication skills are also good. But again, the issues are going to arise with those short, explosive movements through route break transitions where he just isn't going to be able to match them completely effectively, and that's where you get him to go, okay, we're gonna move this guy to safety. This is a cleaner place for him to play where he can read it all out. He can roll into the box. He does enough as a tackler, right? And he's going to be able to decipher a lot of what's going on. He can be the poach guy, right, as the safety opposite the strength of the formation. So there's so much to that I think is going to be really, really impressive for him, just in terms of the football IQ. So maybe you just leave him there at safety. But a solid pick for the Raiders. I'm in on that for them. It is going to be Denzel Boston for the Browns. So we will get to that one right now. So Spencer Fano, Casey Concepcion, and Denzel Boston for Cleveland. Yeah. That's pretty good. Ayers likes Halton, Proctor, Josephs, Barham. They do go double receiver. That is, it makes sense, right? You have Judy in there who's kind of had that kind of resurgence in late 2024, but didn't really back it up. Probably want to go younger at receiver anyway. Tillman really hasn't done exactly probably what you want Boston to end up doing at the receiver position. And then obviously you have like Isaiah Bond and some other guys in that room. It's kind of like, that's fine, but it's not great. So yeah, let's talk about this for the Cleveland Browns. Shall we? Shall we? Talk about Denzel Boston. So Denzel Boston, 6'3 3/4, 212. Didn't do the testing, which is understandable. Probably didn't want to do the agility testing. 62 for 881 and 11 in 2025. 2.44 yards per route run. In 2025 as well, he just, I believe, just barely clears the 2 yards per route run threshold for his career, which is often a pretty good benchmark to look at. The catch point work is super good. It's unmatched in the class. Jumps up and through, really composed when he attacks the catch point. Has a vice grip on the football when he high points it. It's very hard to dislodge the football from him. Even when he doesn't tuck it away and turn away from contact, it still doesn't matter. He adjusts and he tracks it well down the field, right? And I think the problem is I think conceptually he has a great understanding of how to win as a route runner. He does. He understands, adapting to the coverage, right? The route spacing, the route depth, all of that. It's just he's so heavy-footed at the line of scrimmage that he struggles to get any early leverage or separation. And then obviously doesn't have the speed and the level of twitch and quickness to do it. But the Browns, they've got Concepcion to do all of that, right, for them, where Boston's not going to do that. He's going to be sacrificial X at times where it's just, he's going to probably get bogged down a little bit, but he's going to take up, the requisite, potential double or cloud coverage. I think just the through break transitions, right? They're not clean. He has to gather himself after he decelerates to then start working back downhill, and you can see it. It's very, very noticeable. But yeah, I think he'll succeed against zone coverage, right? But again, it's just he's not got the short area acceleration, twitch, control, everything that you kind of need at some benchmark to really succeed at all three levels. Now, he still attacks leverage decently down the field, and he can win on those sort of big corner posts. But again, it's all build-up speed, and it's going to be difficult. The intermediate stuff's going to be extremely difficult for Boston. Extremely. Like, he might be able to win with the frame in the quick game, right? Win with the strong hands, right? Get out of the way of press to win on some slant routes and stuff like that. But the intermediate stuff's going to be a real struggle for him. So sounds like the Chiefs have done something. And how we feel about Terrell. I think Terrell for me is tricky because he has the forced fumbles. He's really good in the zone coverage stuff, and maybe that's what Gannon will take. Maybe Gannon will be okay with stuff like that. I wonder about the tackling as he approaches contact. I think there are just times where he's kind of avoiding it. I don't think he has the elite level of twitch. I think he can match decently well. But again, you're at 52, so it's hard to be. It would be hard for me to complain about a guy like Terrell, right? He's 5'11". He's 5'11", 186, so he's not like that much smaller than guys like Hood, Delane, even McCoy. Like, he's really not in like that. He is. He's much better than Cisse at literally everything. But catch point timing is maybe a thing for him, and that's maybe a size thing a little bit, but he has 25 career pass breakups. Like, he's clearly can make plays around the ball, and just a 73 passer rating allowed in coverage. So I think I would take him over a guy like Cisse for sure. But but again, you're not necessarily going to get world beaters at 52. If you're trying to do that, it's potentially just going to be, it's going to be a guy you don't, you maybe don't feel great about, but there's he's solid is kind of where you're going to get to. Drew says, I don't see anybody worth trading up with for right now. McCoy would be the one. The linebackers still look really good. They haven't gone yet tonight. What else? If he was just taller, Ponce is all world playing the position. He's so good at it. So good at it. So if he has loose hips, footwork, and can tackle, there's upside that we need. That what you described right there is D'Angelo Ponce. Okay? And D'Angelo Ponce is 21 also. Pregnon's still there too. That's right. Obviously, we mentioned it. R. Mason Thomas is not there. The edge rusher from Oklahoma. He gone. I think the Chiefs draft, I would like it if they didn't take Peter Woods. I think I'd like it a lot more. But they do have Delane coming in. They have R. Mason Thomas. They get 3 swings on defense, which they kind of needed anyway. So let's talk about our guy R. Mason Thomas here. Here we go. Boom. Yes. Okay. So if Pons is taller, he might not be loose hipped and quick. I don't know. He's I just feel like he's otherworldly as an athlete. Where it's like these other guys like Terrell and Delane, who are still in kind of his weight class, just aren't at that level. He just isn't at that. If he's tall, if he just gets to 5'10", right? I don't need him to be 6'2", right? He's 5'8" and a quarter or something like that. If he could just get me to 5'10" and gets to 187, 5'10", 187, that's essentially what Terrell is, right? That's the weight that Delane is carrying. 5'10" is what is what Jair is. So there is some of that. I get it, but all right. Someone please take Akis before Good is tempted. Ayers, I think it's going to be Detroit because Detroit loses out on Parker, and I don't know if they're going to be good with the kind of off field for Zion Young. So I think your wish is going to be answered when Detroit gets on the clock. If I were to guess, I think Abney is the dark horse. See, that's a guy I think just doesn't. He needs to be his own corner, and he just struggles more in zone. So yeah, I think it's just more of right. Yeah, if of course I do think you're right. He wouldn't be loose hipped and quick necessarily if he was at the size of kind of the Washington corners. Right, but I'd rather not have those tall guys. I think they struggle a little bit more. All right, really quick. R. Mason Thomas to the Chiefs. Let's talk about this one. 6'2" and a quarter, 241, 31 and 5/8 arm length. Not very good in that department. And that kind of where he loses in some aspects. We'll get to that. A 7.24 RAS, 26 pressures, 6.5 sacks, 9.5 tackles for loss, 2 forced fumbles, 19 run stops, and a 14.7% pressure rate in 2025 and 9.7 pass rush productivity in 2025. This is your first step explosiveness, right? This is your sub package rusher who's going to just get win after win around the arc, right? He can flash the bull rush as a changeup, which is, I think, really important for these really, really explosive pass rushers. If you can flash that, or if you can win with the hezzy into a bull rush, like that gives you something else that you have to be cognizant of as a tackle. He bends and drops the pads, reduce the surface area. That's how you effectively turn the corner. We'll talk about some guys who can't do that because of that. He's got the effort. He's physical playing the run, right? He can attack gaps, and I think the Spags' aggressive defense is going to benefit him trying to cross face when he slants and all of that stuff. So I think it's, well worth it here for the Chiefs. I think dipping and bending through contact is, he can get tied down a little bit if he doesn't keep swiping with the hands, right? I think he has to be able to continue to surge through it. When he freelances against the run, and sometimes even when he sets an edge, he can get washed out because, again, he doesn't have the arm length, right? It's harder to contest the edge when you have the lack of run length there, or arm length, I mean. And I think grip strength would help him a little bit more. If guys can hang on against him, that's where he starts to lose a little bit more. But he's going to be an extremely effective sub-package rusher, no question. Okay, we've got some picks here flying off the board. 41, Cincinnati. You've made it to the draft. You've made it to the draft. I kind of like this. I'll be honest. I think he gave fits to Francis Mauigoa in the matchup. Cassius Howell, the edge rusher from Texas A&M, is next off the board, just a few picks after his teammate Chase Basantis. Everything in the second round has been our needs. It's also when where the value is, right? I think to expect a lot of these guys to fall was probably just more coping than logically thinking about, like, O-line, D-line, and corner are important positions, and that's what's going to be picked first, right? The linebackers aren't going to be as valuable, and I think it's very clear that it is a step down after Reese and Styles. That's what happens. So Cassius Howell, 6'2.5". Yes, of course. Rebellions are built on hope, as we know. 30 and a quarter inch arm length. That is the 0th percentile for an edge rusher. And it's especially surprising because he's 253 and he's not super small. I mean, he is 6'2.5", but again, the 8.13 RAS, 41 pressures, 11.5 sacks, 14 tackles for loss, 6 passes defense, 21 run stops, 9.8 pass rush productivity, 13.7% pressure rate. Extremely effective pass rusher, right? This is the guy, I think, even over R. Mason Thomas, who has the burst, the bend. He wins through contact around the arc really, really easily. That explosiveness, that second, third, fourth. Yes, similar to the Saints. We will get to that one right after this one. I mean, he has the hand usage too. And he beats Ruben Bain with a jab step into a bull rush. And when you've got that pad level and you can play low at high speeds, that's going to be a really, really effective. He's willing to compete, and that's important. Guys like Howell and Thomas and Lawrence, right, who aren't maybe your big edge setter types, still want to compete out there against the run. And I think there are times where he can play low with good enough pad level, right, to at least contest the edge. He's not going to win it a ton, but he can contest it and maybe leave some doubt in the head of the running back at times. And he's obviously got the range and the speed to be able to chase guys down. The backside pursuit's really good. So, yeah. He got a lot of false steps out of his stance. He kind of has different stances all the time. He's flipping his feet on the same side when he's rushing. So a lot of that has to be cleaned up, but that seems like easy footwork to clean up for him. So yeah, Bengals get kind of their next version almost, you would say, of Joseph Osai, which kind of makes sense, right? You have Stewart, you have Myles Murphy as your big heavy-handed edges, and then you got a guy who is essentially your changeup, but really your fastball. Right, it's almost like Stewart and Myles Murphy are is your cutter, right? You throw the cutter a lot, bang, 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 and then you hit him with the 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Here comes Cassius Howell for the Cincinnati Bengals. The Saints. The Saints have gotten Jordan Tyson. Oh my gosh, Miami is cooking, guys. Man, Miami's cooking. Wow. It's impressive stuff. Okay. Saints select Christian Miller. Let's get that taken care of. Talk about him. I think lots to talk about on that front, really. Defensive tackle Georgia. Where Lions trade up with the Jets. That's interesting. We'll see about that one. Fins pick McCoy. I have Jacob Rodriguez for the Fins, which I like. I think that means CJ Allen's going to be a Buccaneer, if I were to guess, because Rodriguez did not get there, but we shall see. But yeah, let's go really quick to Christian Miller for the New Orleans Saints. Where are we? Okay. Christian Miller. Come on. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. There we go. Okay. D. Winters for a 5th rounder. Okay, that's interesting. So Cowboys are getting D. Winters as a linebacker from the Niners. Yeah, maybe the Niners want to get a linebacker tonight. Anyway, Christian Miller to the New Orleans Saints, 6'3 and 3/4, 321, 33-inch arm length, 1,076 career snaps, 4 sacks, 11.5 tackles for loss, 44 stops. That's a big number there. And then 45 pressures on 566 pass rush snaps. Either it's his pressure percentage or it's his pass rush win rate. I think it's the pressure percentage. I could be wrong, though, that is highest in class. But Christian Miller, it's kind of a little bit of it lacks context, right? The pressure percentage is highest because I think he gets a lot of them through the twist, through the looping game when they're running games and stunts up front. So a lot of those pressures are coming there. But this is your kind of pseudo, can flip back and forth between nose tackle, 3 tech. He's got some really good 1v1 work against the run. He strikes really quickly, right? He's usually first to strike, gains that early control, good grip strength, right? He can win without the requisite pad level at times when it's 1v1. And then when he plays with the great pad level, he can put guys on the ground, right? So violent swipes and a club move on the shoulder, right, to toss guys aside. That's usually his best move as a 1v1 pass rusher is kind of stutter step, crush the shoulder pad with the club move, and then be able to clear yourself a path. That's often how he wins. But he does struggle to reaccelerate and finish after that. He's not a great tackler. And there's some contact balance stuff that you maybe would want to worry about. He's springy off the snap, though. He's got range to get to outside runs, right? He fights through gaps against contact. But again, as a pass rusher, it just really doesn't have a lot of the bull rush. It really is a slow burn. But again, we talked about balance and tackling. So there is stuff to work on, but Christian Miller, I think, can be an effective role player within your defense. Let's talk about Rodriguez to the Fins. Boy, Fins, if you guys had just, I think, taken a better player at 12, like Ioane, Chris Johnson, Jacob Rodriguez is a sick draft. But again, Caden Proctor this is exactly what they do, right? This is exactly how Goody operates. No? I mean, it's literally, hey, can we take the massive swing day one, and then we'll grab these really, really good players for our team later. So Jacob Rodriguez, 6'1 and 3/8, 231, 961 RAS, 30 and 7/8 inch arm length, 1,914 career snaps, 6 sacks, 25 and a half tackles for loss, 6 interceptions, 12 pass breakups, 13 forced fumbles, and then an 88.5 passer rating when targeted. This is your guy who just makes plays away from the ball, right? He's always around it. He's in position to make the splash plays. That's why they come in bunches for him. The block deconstruction is good, right? He finds paths around blockers, right? He's dipping, he's setting them up in space. We kind of talked about that last night. I don't think it's at the level or to the consistency that it is with Reese or Styles, but it's pretty impressive, especially for a guy at 231 who can kind of get washed out when he contacts offensive linemen directly. So he has to have a better plan, right? Attack half, dip around the shoulder, all of that. He's pretty reactive flowing to the football, right? He's not necessarily anticipatory or proactive, but he sifts through traffic pretty well. He doesn't fall for the fakes, right? He's got a lot of experience. He's seen a lot of things. He's not going to get caught, with his hand in the cookie jar or any of the eye candy stuff. Don't think he's a twitchy or explosive mover in space, and that's maybe where you don't get him to be the Edgerrin Cooper. But I think the processing is really, really good when it comes to pretty much every phase. And so that's what's going to keep him ahead. And yeah, I mean, I think just a playmaker in every sense, and a guy who's seen a lot, and I think is a really, really nice addition for these guys. So what have we done with the trade details? I see the D Winters trade. Oh, man. Okay. So there is this. Let's talk about this. Boom. Lions are trading up to 44. They sent 50 and 128. So again, Green Bay, small move up from 52 isn't going to probably cost too much in this draft. And then they have taken. They took Derek Moore. The Lions did. I think that's not very good for them. I don't like that one bit. I think they left a better Michigan player on the board. JJ's going to love this. Yikes. See, I feel like if you ask, this is interesting because I feel like if you ask the majority of people, right, they'll be like, I didn't like the Blake Miller pick. Felt like that was a reach, right? And then this one, people will really like the value of Derek Moore because they really like all the numbers. And it's in reality, I think I like the Blake Miller pick a lot better than the Derek Moore pick for them. But it is what it is. I think it's just Barham isn't experienced on the edge, right? And I don't think he plays the linebacker position as well as Reese. So he's kind of, again, that diet version of Arvell Reese where it's like, hey, he's got work to do as a pass rusher. I would still deploy him in a hybrid role because I think he's really, really impressive at it. But that's probably why. So let's get to Derek Moore. You guys will get a kick out of this. You guys will get a kick out of this one. So for the Derek Moore graphic, I just find this funny because I feel like there was nothing else to the film. This is all I had. Like, again, he had a 41 pressure season last year, 10 sacks, 10 and a half tackles for loss, right? He's 6'3 and 7/8, 255. He's an effective speed to power rusher. Has to develop a plan to counter off of it. Like, that's literally, I don't know. He's the high motor, great effort player, pretty good athlete around, in terms of the functional stuff. But I don't know. I think he's just kind of one trick ponying out there, man. I really think he's kind of just the one trick and go. And I don't even think it's that good of a trick. So I don't like when your one trick is kind of just try to run through a guy. But that's just me. I just don't. That's just not my type of player. So it just isn't going to be. There are going to be folks who are really mad about that one. So Zion Young's got off-field stuff that's there. You can definitely look that up. It's kind of back-to-back years for them. They took Mike Green last year. So again, Ravens just kind of to the beat of their own drum a little bit. Where are you? Do I not have the Ravens? Maybe not. Okay. Well, we'll add it here and then just do it from here. Okay. I actually like more as a third rounder, but that was Trotter to the Bucks. That's pretty good. Yeah, it feels like there's nothing else to the game with Derek Moore, and that's just like I just feel like you've played enough football, my guy. What do we have? So yeah, the Ravens, Zion Young. Let's talk about this. 6'5" and 3/4, 262, 33-inch arm length, 7.68 RAS. 57 pressures, 6.5 sacks, 16.5 tackles for loss, 2 forced fumbles, 31 stops, 17.5% pressure rate, 10.7 pass rush productivity. He's good. I think if he gets off the ball better, you're going to be in much better shape. I think that's probably his biggest weakness, other than kind of lacking in the twitch and range department, right? I think his change of direction, that type of stuff, the high-end explosiveness just really isn't quite him. But he's just consistently the last guy out when the snap's going, and that's just got to get better. He has to get better at that. But I think he's got the build for the modern NFL, right? You look at him, 6'5", 262, as I mentioned. He's got 3-down edge potential, right? It's the processing instincts, right? He plays with good anchor. He plays with good strike timing and placement and leverage as an edge setter. Right, he's really physical in both facets. The plan as a pass rusher is continuously improving. Right, the spins, kind of the chops or the two-hand swipe, all of that stuff. It's getting better, and if he continues to land better strikes and continues that plan and continues developing in that area of being able to counter and do all of that, in addition to the bull rush, like he's going to be, I think, an effective player. Especially when you get that first step. You get that first step where it needs to be. So, pretty good one for Baltimore. And now, apparently, it is Trotter to the Bucks. I have not seen that yet, but I get it. See, I'm seeing Pregnon. Is that not right? Is that not right? I am seeing Pregnon. Oh, now I've seen a Josiah Trotter. What's happening here? By the way, I think the Vikings are going to get McNeil Warren. So there's going to be a lot of complaining about passing on Thieneman yesterday. To land McNeil Warren in the second round would be pretty impressive stuff. Yeah, I'm seeing both. So I don't oh, there we go. There it is. Okay. Yep. It looks like it is Trotter. So someone had Pregnon. Huh. But that's an interesting debate also, right, when you think about this, for the Ravens at least. Right, they get Ioane and they get Zion Young here. How would you feel if it was Bain and Pregnon versus Ioane and Zion Young? Which direction would you rather have? Like, obviously the positional value, right, logical part of your brain there would say to take the more premium position first, but the premium position's an outlier in a measurement, and so maybe you're like, okay, well, you want one of the best players in the draft. At least for me, I had him graded higher than a Ruben Bain, but an interesting little kind of back and forth there. But yes, it is Josiah Trotter for the Bucks, and that is nice. We do like that. All right. Where are you? There we go. So yeah, back-to-back Missouri players here. Steelers traded up, huh? Colts 47 and 249. Steelers trade 53, 135, and 237. Okay. Okay. When it comes to Trotter, let's get this up here. Okay, they've got me. They have me. Okay. So Josiah Trotter for the Bucks. I do like this a lot. He's 6'1 and 7'8", 237. Right, has where is, there we go. Yeah, I think the arm length 32 and a quarter, right? I think this is your really, really good downhill flow to the ball linebacker who still younger too as a player. I think he's 21. When he flows downhill, vicious striker, right, is all about playing through contact. When he's moving downhill, he can defeat blocks in a variety of ways. Again, a lot of these linebackers are going up pretty highly, right? Like they're defeating blocks with an arsenal of moves, very much akin to what pass rushers do. It's just different, in obviously its approach and how it works. But again, play diagnosis, I think, is really, really strong around the line of scrimmage, right? He's keying the gap stuff. He's understanding where the cutback lanes are for zone and all of that. Just I think he finds the best path to the football, which is really good. And I think when they drop him down to rush the passer, I think, he can do a little bit of that if you want him to do that. But I think it's for him, it's more of not the downhill stuff, right? I think he's got pretty much all of that in his bag. It's more of the feel and zone coverage. All right, recognizing, maybe a dagger concept, or recognizing, when I have to go match this seam route, all this stuff. It feels like he's just lacking comfortability and I just don't think he has all of that put together right now, but he's still a young player. And obviously son of Jeremiah Trotter, right? Brother of Jeremiah Trotter Jr., who was in the previous draft, either maybe 2 years ago now. But again, I think he's a little bit of also guy who's a little bit slower to the flat, I think, as well. But yeah, when he plays within the confines of the box and the run fit and just diagnosing all of that, he's really, really good. Got that enforcer mentality. Yeah, I do like this a lot for Tampa. That is a good one. The Steelers The Steelers move up and they get Jeremy Bernard. Okay, well, I don't know. I think it's fine. Again, I think there was once to me at least when Omar Cooper got picked, I think there was it's a steep drop off to me. That's just kind of how I see the wide receiver position. I think there's potential with some guys, right? Obviously, I'm a big Ted Hurst guy, but wouldn't do that. Wouldn't be doing that super early, right? I think Miami should be going after him at like 75 when they pick next. I don't know. I think this one, like, I get it. He is very much a Shanahan, do that kind of stuff at receiver. I just don't know. I do think Atlanta probably picks him. I do think Atlanta picks Bernard, even though he's not really stretching the field for them. I just think that he's kind of, I think you can call him the fundamental pretty much if you wanted to when it comes to Jeremy Bernard, right? 6'0" and 5'8", 206, 907 RAS, 64 for 862 and 170 yards per route run in 2025. Career under 2. Only caught 12 of 31 contested balls in his career, 6.4 yards after the catch per reception. I think with that yards after the catch per reception, I think it's just more of a vision and spatial awareness stuff, not necessarily an explosive, twitchy ball carrier, right? They gave him a lot of scheme touches at Bama. Not sure why they did that. Kind of a strange thing. They just trusted him maybe with the ball security more than they did Ryan Williams, which is very understandable. Okay, great blocker. Down blocks and insert blocks. He's tremendous in that area. Again, I mentioned it. Perfect Shanahan true receiver who's going to be able to play multiple roles, right? Can play the Z, can play the slot, right? He can be the insert player, as I mentioned. I think the in and out breakers are promising. He leverages that good tempo that he can play with to stay in the throwing windows longer. He flashes, work attacking leverage against off coverage. So he's doing the small things. I don't think he tracks it really well down the field. I think there's some mistakes there. He's still pretty good at the catch point in terms of how he attacks the football, but it's just more of the adjustments and then the late tracking that are a little more difficult for him than just the tried and true go up and attack the football and not have to really get off of your path to do so. Mentioned the good vision as a runner, and again, the lack of twitch explosiveness is just really going to kind of limit the ceiling a little bit. Where he's probably going to stick in the league for a long time as a wide receiver 3, wide receiver 4, but is just never going to, I don't think, elevate himself to that like super high level. But that's just, again, just my opinion on that one. He's not my favorite, but he is reliable. Okay, so maybe this is Avion Terrell coming off the board here. And again, Green Bay's in position to take Pons if they want to. If they want to take him, I don't know why you wouldn't, to be honest, other than the size, right? Like, it's just an easy conversation to me. Now, I think the Jets moving back with Detroit at 50 might be where you see it happen. But we'll see. So Connor Hughes has that. Okay, I'm looking for the Avion Terrell thing. Oh, man, I really. Do you take the size issue, injury issue, or raw? Yeah, I mean, Drew, we know what Goody wants to do. He'll take the guy who's not 21 yet, who doesn't know how to play the position. Man. I really need somebody to take him. I really need someone to take Cisse. We're just getting to that point where it looks so obvious that I have concerns. Pregnon's still here though. I just don't think he's very good at anything. I just instinctually process. I just don't think any of that's good, which is just my concern. It's like, well, I get he's a little smaller, but dude's just out jumping Denzel Boston for the football, and he's in Jeremiah Smith's face at every chance he gets. And I think he is the best athlete on the field most of the time. I would just rather do it. But I know they're not going to. Okay, wow, I forgot about this. Because AJ Terrell's there too. So that's kind of wild. The brothers in Atlanta. Forgot about that. Okay. Well, we'll talk about Avion Terrell. Panthers are on the clock at 49. Then the Jets. Oh, the Panthers are on the clock. So they traded up with Minnesota. Is that right? Yeah. Up 2 picks for Minnesota. I wonder who that is. We'll find out. Let's talk about Avion Terrell. I think he's a really, really solid player. I think him not going in the first round was probably the right call. Yeah, in the third for Cisse, for sure. Diego, what's going on? Says prefer Pons, but they're not taking him. Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's right. Carolina moving up to take, yeah, Emmanuel McNeil Warren. Makes sense. I'm surprised Minnesota would move out of that, though. It's kind of surprising. Anyway, Terrell to the Falcons, 5'11 and a quarter, 186. The RAS is low, but obviously he pulled the hamstring when running the 40. Don't know if that affected the rest of his testing. Talked about it, 25 pass breakups in his career, just a 6.1 missed tackle percentage. But again, I think he's kind of averse to playing through contact at times as a tackler, so he kind of avoids it. 73.7 pass rating allowed when targeted. Competitive toughness is there, especially in coverage, right? Just especially when he wants to battle out there, right? With receivers, really good zone coverage corner, read and decipher route combinations. You can win with anticipation, which I think is really good. He's got the hip flip to turn vertical, right? He's got the burst to drive downhill. I don't think he's overly twitchy, right? He's not going to flip the hips to turn and then fly back downhill, right? With speed turns or stuff like that. He's not going to be able to kind of match one way and then flip back the other really quickly. But I think that, especially with the horizontal breaking routes, to me, I think that eliminates him as a slot player. I would rather him be a zone-only corner on the boundary versus a slot guy because I think, again, I just don't think he wants to play really physical defending the run, right? I don't think he wants to do that all the time. And I don't think he always plays with great technique as a tackler when he does engage. So I think you lean on the burst downhill, the decipher and read out the coverage, or decipher and read out the route combinations, and you have him win with anticipation that's going to make him productive at the catch point. That's, I think, where you win with him. I don't think you want him guarding guys like Concepcion or Jaden Reed or guys like that in the slot. I just don't think you want to do that. I would prefer him just, again, staying on the boundary where his brother plays. I think it'd be very cool. So the Panthers have moved up and they have selected Lee Hunter. So we can talk about Lee Hunter, which we have plenty to talk about with him. Where is my Panthers banner? I don't see. There it is. All right. Lee Hunter, defensive lineman, Texas Tech. Really exciting. Panthers fans should be checking that video out. This is cool. Oh, here we go. Wait. I want to do this first. Let's do this first. Make sure I don't have the audio on. Oh, that's fun. That's really cool stuff here. The Terrell brothers both being there, and they get to play. They get to play ball together, that's really fun stuff. So, really, really cool there for Avion Terrell. Yeah, love that. Love that. That's what's fun about the draft too, is you get these really cool things like everybody every year now plays Verse getting to be on the phone when the Rams drafted Fisk, right? He says we get to play together again. So I mean, especially when brothers get to play together, that's really cool stuff. So just thought I'd make sure everybody sees that in case they aren't watching the draft on TV. Still looking for that Panthers selection. Oh, there we go. Okay. Ari's got it. Yep. Okay. So Lee Hunter. So maybe the Vikings thought we could just get another pick, right? We can move back 2 spots. We still get McNeil Warren. That's probably what they're thinking. That's probably what they were thinking. I will say I do have a graphic for Kayvon Thibodeau that I found from the 2022 draft that I might throw out there if he gets traded. I think that'd be hilarious. But I did find that from 4 years ago from that draft, which was a lot of fun. So Lee Hunter, 6'3.5", 318. The 412 RAS, right? Not great. But Derek Brown, yeah, this is the thing, right? This is Derek Brown, Lee Hunter up front. Crazy stuff. That's some crazy stuff there. 1,834 career snaps, right? 7.5 sacks, 32 tackles for loss, 25 stops, 81 pressures on 990 pass rush snaps. an 11% missed tackle rate. He's got that 1v1 disruptor build as well, even though he's more billed as the nose tackle. He's got the pass rush, potential as a nose tackle as well. When he strikes on time and when he strikes first, he gets those violent collisions, right? You see the Oregon game, right? The first play, he's strike, push, pull, rips La Lulu from Oregon onto the ground immediately. He was springy out of his stance in that game. He was winning to the edge, crossing the face of the guard. So there is some springiness, especially on a linear track, right? For him, that I think, you can see some of that athleticism show up. Again, we talked about it, can defeat offensive linemen to spots. He's got the rip move. He's got the push pull. He's got the club. He can swim arm over as a rusher. So there is some of that with the hand usage. The one thing is the pad level gets high, and that's why you see him, the initial surge get stopped a lot, and where he can just kind of get swallowed up by offensive linemen. So not the best. But yeah, I think that the pad level is really the question that needs to be answered for him. And I think that's also why he ran really slow, right? You watch him in the 40, he springs up out of that stance. He's not driving with the shoulders down, right? When he's running that 40, he's trying to be upright immediately. And so, not super surprising that happens on the field as well. So that's where he gets stymied a little bit. And I think the one thing as a nose tackle you got to be careful of, you have to get the post foot down. You have to get it down consistently, and he just doesn't. But when he does, he can hold the point of attack against combos, against double teams, right, and true duo blocks. But he just doesn't get it down consistently enough where you have some concerns. But Lee Hunter gets to play off of Derek Brown, who's one of the best in the business. That feels pretty good. That feels pretty good for the Carolina Panthers there after drafting Monroe Freeling. So, a little bit of take your medicine, take the vegetables. I mean, we're in just take Jermon McCoy territory here, people. We're in take Jermon McCoy territory. All right, I think I'm back in on the Jets. They took both Indiana guys. I think I should get credit for this in my mock draft that I submitted. I should get credit for this. I had the Jets in my mock take Omar Cooper at 16 and then move up to 30 with San Francisco, by the way. Nice little nugget there, but to take Pons. Yeah. Yep, apparently Aaron Glenn is a former shorter corner. So, yeah, this one, again, just not surprising. Felt like this is where he was going to go. Might be back in on the Jets. Good for him. This is a my guy for sure in this draft. This is a my guy for a lot of people. And I get it. And it's easy to see why. Are we okay with McCoy? Yeah, might as well. I mean, the Vikings are going to probably take McNeil Warren. They're not. I don't think they're going to take Pregnon. So Pregnon might be the guy for Green Bay. Otherwise, at corner, I'm deathly afraid of Dennis Sutton. Deathly afraid of Cisse. I'm good with McCoy. But anyway, really quick, let's talk about. I know we're getting excited. Everybody, the anticipation. We've been waiting a long time for this one. D'Angelo Pons, 5'8" and 5/8, 182, 825 RAS, right? Which is again for the size measurables to be able to compensate that well. The 43.5-inch vert is impressive. Would ever go linebacker like Hill? I'd rather just take C.J. Allen. He hasn't been picked. Take C.J. Allen. My gosh, absolutely take C.J. Allen. I don't care that we traded for Franklin. Not worried about it. Take C.J. Allen. Really good. Actually, I think he's probably my best player on the board. I'm going to look at my board in a moment and just double check. But in his career for Pons, 7 picks, 33 pass breakups, 10.5 tackles for loss, just a 6.1 missed tackle percentage. And this is a guy who wants to be a part of the fight. 54 passer rating allowed in coverage in his career. This is an exceptional athlete, one of the best in class. Speed, transition quickness, closing burst. just maintaining speed on different paths and coverage, right? He's got all the fluidity in the world in transition to match off the line, match off from further off at the top of routes, right? To click and close on in breakers, right? It's all so impressive. He's so physical in run support. He's such a great tackler to hang on against guys who are bigger than him. He can drop down from the hip to wrap up at the feet, and he has the grip strength to hang on for that. He works around blocks really nicely. I think he can be physical in coverage if you want him to be. Push guys to the boundary, challenge them at the catch point. Right, he did so against some of the best in the country. I think the catch technique is maybe the question again when he's further and further off coverage. Right. And that, I think, to me, is where, the physicality, he tries to be physical against bigger guys who have built up that speed, right, to get to him. And then he tries to catch, his feet get a little flat. So the catch technique stuff, I would rather him just mirror or turn and run or just try to get out there and kind of get a strike in with the arm. But I think that's one of the best picks in the draft there. So Packers are officially on the clock. The Vikings take Jake Golday. Let's try to speed through Jake Golday so we can really soak up the Packers selection here in all its glory when it's freaking Brandon Cisse. So surprised McNeil Warren has not gone. Jason Verrett, corner who could guard. He was 5'10". Yeah, Verrett was like was he 180? It might have been 180 flat, honestly. I think CJ Allen would be super, and I would take the McCoy swing. You're in the window. Like, just take McCoy. Who cares? If the injury's bad, it's whatever. Like, at this point, we're searching for Super Bowls here. We're not, That's just one guy's opinion there. Okay, the Vikings take Jake Golday, 6'4.5", 239, huge. The 9.85 RAS is outrageous for him. Golday's interesting, right? Pons is a Jet, just like we thought. Juice. That felt right. It felt right. So Golday to me is the size, speed, play strength guy where, that Cincinnati played him at overhang, right? Like they had him carrying guys down the field because he's got enough speed to do so. He's going to be able to run the pole in Tampa coverage, right? I think he could deliver a pretty square strike when he's working downhill and rolling into the box. I've seen him work across the face of guys working to the second level, dipping underneath, right? He can play with the strength and balance through contact. A really consistent tackler on top of it. And I think because he's such a good overhang, he can play to the flat well. He destroys, a lot of the quick game and underneath coverages, especially in like mesh. But yeah, I think like when you look at him as a whole, he has got everything that you want in terms of size, movement, skills. That now I do think if they're going to play him at linebacker, right? He can't play overhang. I think when the assignment picture is a little muddier, when he doesn't have a guy to match to, a little bit of a question mark there. Just looking through my notes, didn't get to put this guy in a graphic, but yeah, I think he doesn't attack downhill against blocks as well. But overall, like I think this is that's a really good upside swing for the Vikings. Ugh. It's about as bad as it gets, people. This is about as bad as it gets. We knew it was going to happen. God, that's a terrible pick for them. So bad. It's one of the worst picks they could have made. This guy was borderline, just don't pick him at all for me. I hate this. I apologize. This is about as bad as you can do. But it's exactly what they do. They're treating 52 overall like it's the first frickin' round. Such a bad pick. He's not very good right now. And it shows, unfortunately. He gets cooked by everybody. I don't know. It's just there's just so much that like I get like okay, let's break this down. I understand what we're doing here, but again, this is the long play, right? This is the long play, and when you're in a window like they are right now, it just isn't. This just isn't what you do, in my opinion. Like I think I would have understood this a lot more if this was a 2023 pick for them, where it's like, okay, right, that we're young, that we're coming off of the last year of the Rodgers era, right? We got to see what we can build from here, right? We need young players who are going to eventually grow into this core, and I think they did that, right? But I feel like this is just a guy who just doesn't have it right now, cannot start this year. I think this is just there's oh man, this one hurts because it hurts a little less because you knew it was coming, but man, I can't, man. I cannot do it. Okay, let's talk about it. I didn't make the graphic because I just really didn't want to. I'll be honest. This is just not this is just not the guy. I don't know. Okay. All right. Let's try to bring it back. All right. I've got notes. Let's talk about it. Okay, this guy, he cannot. The other thing that Brandon C say, the first thing you watch with him, it's like Akis. If you've watched Akis, this guy just cannot sit still before the snap. Like again, I think quick feet, fluid in transition, really good long speed. I think all of that is really, really good. Right, I think it's maybe not elite, but it's really, really good, and it's going to be sufficient enough, especially in zone and in match coverages. Right, he's a solid run defender. Right, he'll roll into the box. He's going to make tackles. He's not an enforcer per se into the box, but he's going to roll in there and make some plays. There's not a lot of ball production. Right, I think we look at the let me go back and find the stats, but. I don't remember the ball production being outrageously good. My gosh, Sports Reference, I got to tell you, them doing this thing. Yeah, 1 pick, 5 passes, or 10 passes defense, 2 picks, 10 passes defense in 3 seasons. Yeah, it's a really, really long play. It's a really, really long play. This is somebody who I just don't think is going to get into the rotation very early on. And I just think he falls for a lot of stuff at the line of scrimmage, the diamond release, right? I think when he transitions into vertical stuff, again, when we talk about flipping the hips and running, he can match it pretty well, right? I think it's just more of the find the football, ball production, right? Kind of what we're talking about with Colton Hood, where he just struggles to find the football a lot. But I just think some of the transition work, either early when he falls for like the initial release or at the break point, I do actually, the more I think about this is extremely Eric Stokes coded, which maybe people feel good about that because he eventually got there and injuries kind of derailed that for him. But this is very Eric Stokes coded for these guys. So I think that's maybe the saving grace of this, of like, okay, you can, I got a tweet. I got a tweet that this is the 2 to 3 year development play. So, but yeah, Stokes I think had a lot of this where it was like the sharper transitions got him out of phase, right? But it was the initial flip of the hips, coming back downhill, on vertical plane route breaks and the long speed, right? All of that was there. But I just don't think the recognition skills and where he needs to keep his eyes in coverage, even in man coverage, I just don't think he has a lot of it right now. And yeah, maybe I'll feel better about it. Maybe I'll feel better about it later, but I don't know. I don't know, guys. This one definitely hurts. So the Eagles, where's 53? God, Ari, where is pick 53, you guys? Okay, there we go. So now the Colts get a first pick, and they get to have fun. And I don't. I don't get to have fun. The Colts do for selecting C.J. Allen, linebacker from Georgia. Yeah, they get their green dot guy. Colts get to have fun. I don't. Super fun. Super fun when they do the fun stuff, and we don't get to have any fun. We don't get to have fun because we got to wait to have our fun in 3 years, maybe. We got to wait. This is so dumb. The Colts, we didn't even need Zaire Franklin. We could have had this guy at 52 all along. Guy I didn't think had any business making it this far, and instead, this is what we get though. This is the curse of Packers drafting in a nutshell. It really is. He does. He just looks lost. It's not great. Yeah, we're not here with this one. They better pick Proctor at 84 or I'm going to be upset. Yeah, I did see Stowers to the Eagles. We'll get to that one. Because I think he's uber talented, but he's not. Now, actually, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. This is Eagles. That's fascinating. We're going to get to talk about something that I think will bring the spirits back up for Philly. Yeah, to Lambeau with pitchforks we go with the Cisse selection. So the Jermon McCoy issue is like really bad, apparently. Because if it was like, Will Johnson bad, where it's like, yeah, he still might probably have like an 8-year career and we're okay type of thing. Apparently, it's just way worse. And will he ever go? I don't know. But C.J. Allen to the Colts, let's talk about that. 6'0" 3/4", 230. Did not test. 31.5-inch arm length. 1,610 career snaps in a very difficult defense to be in. 4.5 sacks, 13.5 tackles for loss, an interception, 10 pass breakups, 2 forced fumbles. 101.5 passer rating when targeted, which isn't great. I think the coverage stuff is very, very, very hot and sometimes a little bit cold. But he's the green dot. This is recognition, communication linebacker to a T. Pre and post snap, he's making checks at the line, right? This isn't like, hey, we're looking over there. What is coach telling me we're calling? No, I got to make the adjustments based on what I see. And then post snap, the diagnosis is really good too. He arrives at contact. I love this. I'm glad I wrote this. He arrives at contact like he's got a problem with somebody. Like he has a problem that you're on the same field as him. He doesn't like when you're on the field. He's like, this is my field, get off. And so that's very much how Allen operates. The competitive toughness is off the charts. He can slip around blocks when he has got the clean alleyway to run. He will smash into people. It really is impressive. The high end stuff in coverage. He has to cover running backs. He had to get from like almost opposite hash to get to wheel routes. He's carrying tight ends up the seam and receivers. He's running, crossing routes, all of this stuff, and he's keeping up with a lot of it. Now, I do think he can lose the feel a little bit when he spot drops in coverage, and so he has to continue to just make sure he's getting his eyes to, a defender in his area or just the strong side of the coverage, wherever he's on. He just needs to make sure that he is keying that a little bit quicker, because when he gets lost in zone coverage, that's where you give up some of these big plays for him. Again, physical, near the line of scrimmage. We talked about that. There are times where he thinks he knows what's happening and he's wrong. But again, I would rather have a guy be confident than hesitant, especially playing this position. If you're hesitant all the time playing this position, You're not going to be in the right gap in time. You're not going to be engaging the defender when you need to be. You're not going to be able to slip around a block if that's your goal as a linebacker. Like all of that stuff. If you're hesitant, I don't think you can play this position. Allen is not hesitant. That's going to give him a leg up on some of these guys entering the league. So I do really like that. All right. Yes, we need to talk about the Eagles. Last night they get Lemon. Very fun. Eagles select Eli Stowers. I thought Stowers would get past them because now, fascinating. I think okay. Well, let's talk about Stowers. I saw the Patriots moved up. Let's get to his though, so we can talk about this. Present, and Stowers. Bang, bang, bang. Okay, so the deal with the Jags are up first too. This will be their first selection. So Eli Stowers, 6'3" and 5'8", 239. Obviously the elite testing numbers. Jumps 45.5 in the vert, which is outrageous. 11 feet 3 inches the broad jump, another outrageous thing. And he runs the 4.51. Just a special athlete at the position. And I think that to me is what you're getting out of him, right? This is a guy who can win sharply with sharp enough, at least at the college level, with the horizontal breaks as a route runner from the slot. He's a really good yak player. He times up some stiff arms well. He takes good angles. He's got short area burst and explosiveness. He can win up the seam. All of this stuff. I don't think he's on the Bowers level though, and that's where he might not win as much in the league as he won in college. And the other thing that I think is really interesting about this is this is not an inline tight end for Philly. This is a big slot, but you've also just drafted a guy who's pretty much only played slot receiver in his career in Mekhi Lemon. I think with more work, training, and everything, he can become as quick as somebody like JSN. But are you going to have him be on the boundary right away opposite Smith? Then when you're in two tight end sets, because you can't be in one tight end sets with Eli Stowers and hope that you can run the football with him as an inline player. I'm not sure how that stuff's going to work. Lemon and Stowers could become very much a Shakir Kincaid situation, and I hate saying that because I love Lemon, but Lemon could fall into that Shakir bucket of like, this didn't pay off. But this is very much a Bills coded. We have two different guys to play slot receiver, and we can't have them both on the field at the same time situation. So I'm not sure I like this. I think Philly would have been better. Would have been better to go after somebody like a Eli Raridan, like a Delp, right? Like a Sam Roush who can actually play in line, like the guys like that. I just am not sure. I'm not sure what the plan is. I'll be interested to see. I mean, they've been trying to trot guys out like Calcaterra to be that second tight end and try to block, and he just can't. I think Stowers falls into that bucket as well. Just super weird. Don't like that for Philly. I'm not sure. Not sure what the plan is there. We said that the Patriots drafted Akis, right? Okay, wait a minute. Okay, here we go. Oh my gosh. Hello. Share this tab, please. So here we go. Here's our trade. Ollie Connolly broke this, by the way, earlier this week on like Monday or something, where he was like, so the Eagles are trading for Grenard. And he's like, don't people know this? And Ledyard, his co-host, was like, no, people don't know this. He's like, oops, well, so he basically broke this earlier this week. We talked about this on the Draft Miss Eve mock draft of like, this is probably going to happen. Yeah, it does happen. Grenard goes to the Eagles. Eagles and Grenard, 4 years, $100 million, $50 million fully guaranteed. My goodness, that's hefty. That's hefty for for that deal, but Grenard was excellent last year. I remember kind of thinking I'd rather have Danielle Hunter, and Hunter and obviously Grenard kind of swapped places, but Grenard continued to play well. He's an extremely, extremely impressive edge rusher. This is what Philly needed. So they got their pass catchers, and it looks like they're sending, 98 to the Vikings? Yeah. So for a guy they're signing to a 4-year, $100 million, but really $50 million guaranteed deal, pretty good stuff. Pretty good stuff there for our from Connolly. He's done it again. He's done it again. So there you go. Patriots, Akis. Let's get to that really quickly here as we continue to roll along so we don't fall behind. But shout out to Illinois getting themselves a good player to the league in Akis. Drew asked, would I rather have had Akis than Cisse? Yes, I would have. I pretty much would have rather had anybody than Cisse, unfortunately. He was probably dead last of the options where I was like, I just don't want this at all. Joe, what's going on? He says, what up, dude? Love the Cisse pick. That's great. I'm glad you love it. I'm glad someone does. I think Drew likes it as well. I can't stand it. I think it's very bad. But it's fine. It is what it is. Okay. I want to make sure I see that we have picks like this. So I see the trade details. See Grenard. Almost like we paused in the draft for it. Okay, but I do see the Patriots trade up to 55 and select Akis. So let's do that right now. And no, I said the Patriots. There we go. Akis. Okay. I have something for Akis. I was going to, of course, have something for my guy from U of I. Why are they... Okay. I don't know why the graphics aren't going full screen now. Something's going on with StreamYard. All right. Yeah. So Gabe Akis to the New England Patriots. Oh my gosh. Wait, the Jags pick is real? Oh my gosh. Okay. That's surprising. They're weird in Jacksonville. Anyway, okay. Gabe Akis, 6'3" and 5'8", 260, 33 inch arm, like 959 RIS. Big time 2025 for him. 11 sacks, 13 and a half tackles for loss, 41 pressures, and 28 stops. I don't have a graphic for Berkature. I mean, I have notes on Berkature. So I think this is a guy who's the tone setter on the defensive line, right? He's a really physical player, right, when it comes to the bull rush, when it comes to playing violently at the point of attack against the run, good communicator. He is very often a bull rusher, but he's got some chops and swipes that he throws in there. The wicked inside spin move that he's been developing is going to be an asset to him at the next level, but not a lot of quick pressures. And that's where the inside spin comes in, and it needs to be a part of the repertoire for him, because a lot of it's bull rush and then struggle to work off of bull rush with enough urgency and effectiveness to affect the quarterback. And because in the league where the ball's going to come out faster, right, there's not a lot of guys who are going to be running maybe what Green Bay does with the vertical passing game and 7-step drops, where he'll probably be more effective there. But he needs to work on countering and getting off blocks when he gets stymied with that bull rush. It just has to be a little quicker. He needs to stop being antsy with his feet at the line. He can lose balance when that happens. But I do really like Akis for the role that I think he can play. So I actually don't mind that for the Patriots. The Jags one, though, that's something. That's something, that's for sure. That's something. See, now everybody's got the Grenard stuff, and nobody cares about the picks anymore. So let's talk about Berkature. A fascinating selection. He's like all right, how do I put this? He's like, I guess there's some Gunnar Helm vibes, I think, with a player like Berkature, where I think he's just going to do, and I've got more notes, but as I'm getting to them and scrolling down my massive Google Doc here that has all my notes. He has some, I think moments where he's smooth enough, I think, as an athlete, and obviously is a really, really good blocker, right? Like we can pull up the PFF stuff and the blocking stuff. But I just don't. I'm a true sicko because I didn't have to. I could spell it without even looking. So yeah, I'm gonna get this up here. I also think we have the RAS, right? Hold on. Oh, and I didn't put this in. This is true. Oh, it is. Wow. It is. Hi. This is real. This is surprising, to say the least. Like, I get it. Interesting. We got drama on the Vikings trade. It says that the Vikings announced as a 3rd-round pick next year. And the Eagles announced as a 4th-round pick next year. So, yeah. Now I got to find this too. Okay. This time I didn't spell it right. Gladstone might be doing a little too much here. Like, okay, so I think man, this is not what I was. Well, okay, there was the thing where. All right, I know. I'm sorry, we're getting kind of bogged down with like dead air. So Berkshire is. This is legitimately like a nope. Why is it doing that? There we go. This is essentially he's 25. He's gonna be 25 when we kick things off. This next season he's gonna be 25. Really, just a blocking tight end, and then also just has 400 yards in his career. Like, the blocking grades are good, and he's 4 years in Nebraska, and then Texas A&M. He's September 4th. He will turn 25. And just again, Gunnar Helm coded where he's more of a smooth mover, but he had 198 yards last season, and that's the highest thing. Like, this just doesn't seem like a guy you should be tripping over yourself to get into the 2nd round for to go get. Like, the Marlon Kleins, the Will Kastmeriks, like, you can go get them. You can go get them later. Like, is the Brenton Strange injury? It's just Gladstone needs to chill. Gladstone needs to chill. I don't know what this is. This is as surprising as it gets, really. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. This one's all over the place. Bears, Logan Jones. Let's talk about him. It's a good one. I don't think he was the best center in the draft, but I do like what he can provide. And he's gonna be he's what they need. He's the type of player they need, at least. It's a very much a fit for what the Bears want to do offensively, right? Like, that's the biggest thing about this pick that I think is what we should take away. The biggest takeaway is that. So yeah, the Bears select Logan Jones. Whoops. Hang on. Let me go back here and fix this again because it's wrong, and fix this again because that's wrong. That's what we get for doing it live. That's what we get for doing it live. Okay, so Logan Jones to the Chicago Bears with pick 57, 6'2" and 3/4, 299. A little short in the arm length, a little even shorter than some of the other centers at 30 3/4. But I mean, this athleticism that you're showing here, it's all over the film, right? It's It's zone blocking. It's exactly what Ben Johnson wants to do. He may struggle a little bit with the vertical stuff, but I believe he has the wrestling background, if I'm not mistaken, as well. And so I think that lends itself to being composed, good striker, good technique at contact. I don't know if he's going to be able to roll through it, right? Unlocking the lower half and the core to be able to just really drive. But what he's going to do for you is outflank everybody, out leverage, outflank in terms of the positioning that he plays with, not necessarily out leverage with the hand strike, right? But it's more of crossing face, reach blocks, right? Pulling as a center, which I think, Chicago's going to continue to do, fly up to the second level, right? Quickly get over on a trap block or on crunch where you have half of the guys working one direction to slam into the defensive tackles, and then the other half are sprinting to the second level to take care of, linebacker safeties rolling in, right? So I think there is that level of it where he's just going to be such a good athlete that he can outflank everybody. And that's kind of what the Bears are going to be looking for out of their center. That's what Drew Dahlman was. That's why he was so effective last season. That's why he was effective in Atlanta for so long, because the Arthur Smith offense was outside zone and you could hide him in pass pro a little bit more because of his size, which again, Logan Jones, 299, not big. There are 310-pound centers in this league, but that's how you hide him. You put him in a system like this where he can do all of the athletic stuff and all of the springy movement, take care of it take care of my assignment because I'm just faster and quicker than you. That's the type of player the Bears are getting at 57. Okay. That puts us to the McNeil Warren pick, no? Whoa, Texans. Excuse me. Okay, so the Browns are taking McNeil Warren. Let's talk about that. Gosh, this Browns draft. If Fano's as good as everyone bills him to be, like, this could be an all-timer for the Browns. Like, and I don't even like Boston that much, but this one's good stuff for them. I really like the Concepcion and McNeil Warren picks for the Browns. I've got the graphic for that. We don't need to pull up RAS scores. This guy's a stud. Browns fans, love y'all. Go check out the video of McNeil Warren being a stud out there. Yeah, I like this one a lot. We'll catch up, I promise. We will catch up. Okay. So, Manuel McNeil Warren to the Cleveland Browns. I don't want this up. Where are you? Okay. So 6'3" and 5'8", 201, 32 and an eighth inch arm length, right? He's got low garbs in some of these offensive linemen. The Titans did not take Pregnon, Drew. They took Anthony Hill, and we will get to that. Okay, he's got a 9 RAS. Either, it doesn't matter, free safety, strong safety. 1,800, and 61 career snaps. More than half of those in the box. Does some slot corner work. He's got some work at free safety. We'll talk about why I'm not sure he should be doing that a ton. But 5 interceptions, 13 pass breakups, just a 10.9% missed tackle rate, 56 stops, a menace around the line of scrimmage, 11 tackles for loss. Just a 57 passer rating when targeted, which is a strange thing of like when targeted, because you're not really getting targeted when you're a post safety working over, but that's neither here nor there. Okay. He fiddles with the mouthpiece a ton before the snap. It's unmistakable. Once you see it, you'll never unsee it because he does it all the time. He's fiddling with the mouthpiece before the snap. He's even still fiddling with it when the ball is snapped. He has fiddled with it enough where he's still holding on to the mouthpiece as he's getting into a run fit and engaging with like a receiver who's playing tight to the line of scrimmage. I just don't know why he does that. It's something they got to fix right away. It's unmistakable. You'll see it immediately if you watch a Toledo game. You will see it immediately. It's one of the strangest things I've seen with watching prospects. Tremendous player rolling into the box from depth. Right, you're in that too high shell. You roll him down into the box, and he can go destroy the flat because he's got exceptional range and closing speed. Right, he can transition from that vertical pedal or even vertical working downhill into a horizontal path extremely quickly, not losing any speed, even can accelerate through that sort of path to get to outside runs, to get to the quick passing game. really physical and run support. He can get off blocks. He'll toss guys aside. Block deconstruction is good. He'll dip underneath. He took on a tackle in the Western Michigan game this past year. The high effort player is there. There was a play where he blitzes. He misses on the QB, gets back up and goes and chases him down. But the processing speed has to get a lot better, and that's where playing single high, a little bit of question mark. He's obviously got elite ball skills, right? Don't know why I didn't put that on there. But the ability to extend for the football and make plays in the air, really good. And when he sees it and he goes and it's in enough time, he'll make plays. He'll make plays. He will disrupt the catch point, right? He will knock you out. He's got that enforcer mentality on top of it, right? But also, there's a seam route where he's more see it and go get it. He's not anticipating. He's not diagnosing things. He's more reacting to what he sees in real time, which is just going to be a step behind in the league, right? And some of the aggressiveness he has can lead to missed tackles. But overall, a really, really exciting player. Still my safety 3. I think he's just extremely talented in that regard. So yeah, impressive player. Looks like Packers Cisse is speaking to the media. We're not going to do that. We ain't worried about that one bit. It's fine though. Let's talk about Marlon Klein to Houston. Again, Houston just wants to be big, Yeah, just again another blocking tight end where I don't feel like you have to do this, right? I just don't think we can watch that stuff after the. Oh yeah, no, we're not. I'm not doing that. I'm not bringing up press conferences. The draft is going on, right? We're not doing that. If you want to listen to it, I'm sure there will be Packers ones out there. Hey, I shouldn't be insulting or demeaning people who want to do that stuff, right? If they want to listen to that, they absolutely can. That's cool. More Packers centric, but we're covering every pick. We can kind of see some of that. Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, when you're doing like second and third round mocks, there were a bunch of people who did them today. It's like I think after you get all the guys off the board that are like the Colton Hoods and the McDonald and Miller and Zion Young and Howell and R. Mason Thomas, like all the guys that you're like, yeah, they could have been considered in the first. Once you get to about pick 45, all bets are pretty much off. There's a lot of this that's been happening in the second round recently of just teams saying, no thanks, we're going to take these blocking tight ends with elite athleticism who don't really have a lot of production. I mean, he's 6'6" and a quarter, 248. So he's got the requisite size to be a blocking tight end, and he's going to be another guy who's smooth enough, weaving around through coverage and going to be an asset to sneak behind guys in the play action game. But I just don't think he's offering you what a Claire will offer you, what a Delp will offer you, what a Raritan will offer you. And so I'm just not sure why that's happening here. Right? So again, not much to write home about Klein, but again, he's a really good blocker with the smooth movement skills, and it's just and reliability. It just isn't. It's not as dynamic as some of these other guys that are available. Let's talk about Anthony Hill to the Titans in a massive 9-pick move up here. So the Titans have gone. They've gone Carnell Tate. They have taken Keldrick Falk, right? And they have taken Anthony Hill now. So Titans selecting Anthony Hill Jr., the linebacker out of Texas, 6'2", 238, 32 3/8 arm length, 981 RAS, the 4'5", 140, the 37 in the vert. Really good numbers across the board. He's athletic. This is a guy who, if you keep him clean up front, he can chase down everything. The core to sideline range is really good, right? He's going to be able to chase down screen stuff and quick game stuff that's outside the hashes, right? Outside runs, he's going to be able to get, quick enough. He's got the quicks and the burst and the closing speed to go chase that down and turn players back inside to where the spine of the defense still sits. When he sees it and there are some flashes of anticipation, He can run through gaps and make plays in the backfield. It is there. And I think the coverage stuff is really good. Obviously, he has that level of range and transitional quickness, the stop-start acceleration, all of that stuff to operate in space. He makes some plays on the football as well when he reads it out. I just think a plan versus blockers and the willingness to take them on and the willingness to be an enforcer as a tackler are the kind of hang-ups for me with him. But obviously, has all the upside in the world. As I mentioned, I think the tight end class is the deepest part of this class. So guys like Hill and Golday and Allen and Rodriguez, I think, are going to deliver on their value more so than a lot of these other positions, because I think there's just a lot more talent. Hill just has to buy in to the physical part of the game a little bit more, and I think you're going to be really pleased with the results. So Anthony Hill at 60 looks like it's interesting. Thank you, Drew. I will take a look at that when we get there. Okay, so the Bills have traded up to 62, giving up 66 and 182, so not much of a movement there. Jermon McCoy's still on the board. It's late in the second. Keontae Scott's still on the board. That's interesting as well. Not sure how long he'll be sitting out there either, but we will monitor that situation as well. Still a lot of receivers and a few running backs. We haven't had another running back go yet, which is worth mentioning. That we don't have a Jonah Coleman just yet, which again I think which pretty much means the NFL was essentially saying like, nah, Jadarian Price is RB2 across the board for all of these guys, and that's how we're going to view it. And I think they're being smart in that regard of like Coleman, Johnson, Washington, they're all fine players, but they're not on the level that we want to go get them this early, per se. So, yeah, Keontae Scott's still there. Barham's still there. Boy, Ted Hurst, somebody is going to be really pleased. Hurst and Barham are probably like my guys. And Proctor. Of course, Proctor, yes. Him too, but that's like the my guy list right now. Which again, I feel like it's usually bigger. I'm trying to look for the Claire one. So I kind of differ, and I think it's partially because of talking to Broncos can't trade up for EMW. He is gone. Maybe Halsey. Could be Halsey. That wouldn't be too surprising. Yeah, Mike Washington is not gone. I'm no, we shouldn't start this. Cisse and Mike Washington. It's like a nightmare. It's like a nightmare, guys. I'm gonna go to bed tonight, and hopefully I'll wake up and it'll be Friday again. We can try again. We didn't hit save on the franchise. We can go back. We won't hit save when we turn the console off. I was behind. I got you, Drew. Okay. Yeah, because it sounds like the Bills moved up a few spots, but Max Clare to the Rams is something. Ray Carpenter does a lot of good comparison stuff, and I don't think that means he's high on this selection, but we can talk about him anyway. Rams, where are you? So Rams have gone Ty Simpson, Max Clare. Listen, it's not that I don't understand it, but boy, they needed playmakers, and they just kind of. Let's try again. Yes. Yeah. Do coffee tomorrow morning. We're going to import some coffee for him. I don't know. But this one, yeah. So a little bit of a fun. Oops. Nope. Gosh dang it. I keep doing this. I do this like a few times on day 2. So some of the comps in terms of like the production and kind of the size metrics and all of that. This is a guy I really like to look at some of these comps. Peyton Hendershot, Jake Ferguson, one to watch, and then Tanner McLaughlin are some of those comps there. Let's get to the RAS, and then we'll really talk about what he is as a player. I think like Max Clare at Purdue was extremely intriguing. Well, maybe the Rams will trade for Pickens. That's maybe not off the table. And then the Cowboys take Ted Hurst, Malachi Lawrence, and Caleb Downs. That is a Jake Shavig special right there. Okay, but let's talk about Max Clare. I saw the Bills move up 4 spots with Denver. It looks like that's going to be Davis and Igbinosun. So we'll definitely talk about that one too. But Max Clare, I think at Purdue, when you matched Max Clare at Purdue, great route runner, didn't really offer much as a blocker, and then they said Ohio State said we're gonna bulk up to 246 and be around 250, which is I think where you need. That's kind of the requisite size you need to play tight end in the league, right? But for him, it was like he was so fluid as a mover, right? He was sharp at the break point. He would throw some stair steppers in there on the crossers, like a lot of what the good receivers do to earn themselves separation. And he was doing that, and he was, kind of that weaver, twitchy guy post catch, and he was still a reliable playmaker at the catch point, could box people out, right, and create matchup issues. Then he goes to Ohio State, and it looked a little bit better as a blocker, actually, than I think he gets credit for because Kazmarek was so good. And in talking with Max Toscano, who we talked with last week, it seems like it's that adding weight sort of sapped some of that short area twitch and burst from his game, that it didn't look the same as the route runner. So I don't know, maybe if the Rams are going to go, hey, we want you to be the pass catcher. Because, remember, people were linking them to like Kenyon Sadiq in round 1. If they're like, okay, they have Ferguson, who I think is going to be maybe more of the inline player and seam stretcher. He's going to kind of pigeonhole himself into that role, and you could have somebody move around the formation. Maybe they're going to do that with Clare, and they're going to say, hey, no, you're going to go back down to around 238 to 240, maybe hover around 235, and be the matchup guy in the slot. Because we saw how fluid you were at Purdue. We saw how sharp it looked at Purdue. That's the player we want versus maybe the guy who's trying to do the inline stuff and again, doing the right thing, I think, for longevity in his career, but it's really of a question of if they want the most out of him as a pass catcher or if they believe in this switch to be more of a wide tight end. So that's going to be fascinating as we see this develop with the Rams and Max Clare. So a real fascinating one. I like it. If it, I like it if it works. So does everybody else, right? But that's probably going to be the one where you look back and say, okay, they tried this and maybe it worked, maybe it didn't. We'll see. The Bills got pushed far down my list of banners. I will say it's much easier than in years past, and I'm glad that I added this. Nobody really cares probably, but I'm just going to say I'm glad I added it where I have all the banners up that says insert your team selects, right? And that has made it easier to type and all that stuff. I hate the Chargers. Oh, no. I hate the Chargers. What have they done? Oh, I know what they've done. Little turds. Guaranteed. Box it up, guaranteed. Don't even have to. Oh, yeah. Yep. Makes sense. Really does. I don't think he's the best center in the draft, but I think a lot of it is really good. So, okay. The Bills select Davison Igbinosun, the corner from Ohio State, 6'2 1/8, 189, 6'9 RAS, 32 7/8 inch arm length. That is outrageous for a corner. And that physicality shows up. Now, he's somebody who's going to stick his nose in to defend the run. He wants to be that enforcer type near the line of scrimmage. And he also wants to be the guy who's up at the line of scrimmage disrupting routes. Now, he had 16 penalties in 2024, and that was, I mean, the panicking, grabbing late in the route, when you feel like you've lost a step or you're a little out of phase down and not staying in the hip pocket, or not being able to follow quick enough in transition, right? So he would resort to grabbing, and that's where the penalties came in. Dropped it down to 5 penalties in 2025. But I think it's just, again, I think it's the agility more so than anything else, and still being panicky at the catch point that gives me some pause with Igbinosun. But again, a guy who, if he can keep a lot in front of him, in terms of what the coverage is and the structure is going to look like, or maybe it's more just turn, run, and go versus like trying to match all of these routes to the inside, then maybe you can get me a little more on board with the player. But I think it's going to be a little bit of a trickier transition, because you're going to go to quicker, faster, more explosive players, and is that going to bring back the 15 to 18 penalty season? Alrighty, Chargers select Jake Slaughter, and this is only their second pick, right? They must have moved back. So Pregnon's still available. If I'm not mistaken. So that's interesting, right? I know all the defenders are going to be in my mentions because I really don't like that pick, guaranteed. But it is what it is. Don't know what you want me to do. Can't like every pick, because that's even more interesting. You're just like, I like it. Yep, I like it. Okay, so they must have moved back. So Mesidor Slaughter, I mean, those sound like football names, right? Akeem Mesidor and Jake Slaughter sound like guys who should be on a Harbaugh football team. No. But yeah, Jake Slaughter, 6'4 and a half, 303, the 997 RAS, the elite athleticism, and a dude who just kind of looks like a casual guy in the glasses at interviews, but has the last name Slaughter, and I think he lives up to it enough. I think he, the card looks, obviously the card drew, it looks really, really good. But sustaining and balance, the balance stuff in the run game is really good. Obviously, reach blocks, a lot of the good zone work that you have that we talked about with Logan Jones, I think Slaughter still has it as well, right? When you get into those zone concepts and reach blocks, which again, it's a Mike McDaniel offense. So there's going to be a lot of that, right? There's going to be a lot of get these guys on the move, get them to spots when we run this offense, right? When I presume they're going to run O'Marion Hampton as much as they possibly can, and then build off of that, of course, in the Mike McDaniel way. And Lab McConkey's probably going to eat in that offense. But pass blocking, just I think really rock solid when it comes to just, I think the hand technique. You could see some independent hands on there, but I think the strike is just really good and on time and where it needs to be, that he just kind of controls things, beginning to end in reps. So footwork's really good. He can redirect. He can mirror in the phone booth. That's all really strong. And then the rest of my notes here, maybe I think maybe just doesn't have the level of ferocity and torque, and maybe just the anchor, more of the power stuff that he may just not be excelling at, versus more of the quickness and the speed and all of the athleticism functionally that you need to play the position. And obviously I think the football intelligence is off the charts as well. It's just more of, does he have the anchor to hang on? Does he have the ability to really drive on blocks rather than just more outflank people? That's kind of a similar thing with Logan Jones. But I do think he, obviously is a little bit taller, and maybe that is a little bit more of a struggle when it comes to anchoring, because he's not always going to be he's not always going to have the pad level advantage, even if he sinks down well. But yeah, hard to argue. Again, we kind of talked about it last night when they took Mesidor. The Chargers last year were very much eating dessert first, grab O'Marion Hampton, grab Trey Harris. Now we're going to go get back to our regularly scheduled, address the trenches in a big, big way. So Seattle's done the darn thing, huh? Love that. Ooh. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Alert. 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 We have a QB. We have a QB coming off the board, but we'll get to Bud Clark first. Seattle gets a guy who I think, ball production, all of that's going to be really the name of the game with him. So Seahawks have gone running back and older safety. So, maybe when you describe it like that, it's probably not as effective in terms of the team building, but it's hard not to be a massive fan of Bud Clark just in general and what he can do. He has 6'1", 188, so he's a little bit lighter, and that's maybe where you have maybe a hair of concern with him playing, as a big nickel. However, the Seahawks have their big nickel. They have two guys who play there, by the way. Spoon plays some slot corner. Nick Emenwari obviously plays the big nickel position for them. Bud Clark's just gonna work back to safety, where I think the route recognition, the football intelligence, when he's in the slot, he reads the receiver really well. I think he has a great understanding of when they're slowing up to break, or keeping a good watch on what the core is doing rather than the head and shoulder fakes. And he plays physical. He plays out of his mind physical throughout the route and contests the catch point. The ball skills are really good. He creates turnovers. It's just outrageous how good it is, right? It's not a one-year wonder of production type of thing. But I do like this. This is kind of that got that dog in a mentality type of pick for Bud Clark. And that just, it doesn't surprise me that Mike Macdonald would really, really want Bud Clark on his team. Like, not surprising at all. So the Cardinals, they stay on the offensive side of the ball. We had a QB alert. It's Carson Beck, the quarterback from Miami. Now, I don't mind it. I think it's fine. There's not really anything to show in terms of notes or anything like that. But what I do think Carson Beck does really well is, I think, processing the field when everything's kept clean, right? And so that's, I think that's what you're getting from him most. It's not Drew Aller. No. It is not Drew Aller. But it is Beck. And so, again, just it's fine. I'm not like upset by it. I'm just more, excited that it's a QB pick. All right, I got to find him in my notes. I didn't write up a lot of the QBs, but I think he does a lot of what the NFL is going to really like, right? And I think he sees the field extremely well. Right. And I think this is, like, to me, Carson Beck is a fine swing, because I think if you, again, he's in a QB, he's going to be in a friendly offense, right? Friendly confines of a LaFleur, deriving himself from a McVay Shanahan tree. And obviously they've got the support system, right? This is Jeremiah Love. This is Trey McBride. This is Marvin Harrison Jr. This is Michael Wilson. There's a lot going on that can make this really easy. And they added Basantis. So this offense may be coming together a little bit, but I think the ID and coverage rotations post snap is good. He throws the leverage really well, right? The placement is good, not just the accuracy at times. I think he really isn't going to be able to do a whole lot when he's under pressure, right? He's not the elastic, mover, all of that stuff that he can really bounce around in the pocket. He's just more of the robotic, beat you from the pocket on many occasions archetype that the NFL just always really likes when it comes to that. I think he doesn't have good off-script instincts, and I think that's where, again, but that's a secondary thing. It's the processing accuracy stuff is the main part of the meal when it comes to quarterback play. He has some of that. Now, he doesn't have the arm, and that's where it could limit where we see him not potentially being a starter, right? So the arm's a little limiting, right? He's not going to be able to really push the envelope on throws outside the hashes to the boundary. Like that's just not going to be throws that he really gets away with unless he anticipates it and he's on time and well ahead of defenders. Right. So the arm's not going to bail him out sometimes when he doesn't see things. And then I think again, when pressure comes, the off script stuff, he just kind of runs into pressure even more. He kind of just there's a volatility there of just not, finding easy options and solutions when it goes to off script that, may doom him a little bit more. But otherwise, I think it's a capable potential backup QB that we're looking at there. So not bad. Not bad necessarily. It's the third round. Broncos. Hello. Okay. Well, we talked about what what teams should be looking for at defensive tackle. And yeah, the Broncos said this is what we'll do. That's the one team I don't have up here. They don't have first. Again, another pick where they might lose some of the audience because it's obviously Tyler Onyedim from Texas A&M, defensive lineman. This is again more of the slasher, wants to work around you, get upfield with some burst in a hurry type of player. Let's see if we can find our RAS card here. He's a guy I would not have had no matter what if I had gotten to everything I wanted to get to. When it comes to some of the graphics and all that, he would have been the first stump for sure. But again, I think Onyedim wins a lot with the upfield burst, right? Trying to cross the face of guys against the run. He feels like more of a rotational player, 6'3.5", 292. But again, you want to chase the upfield burst in this draft, right? Good explosion, good speed in terms of the athletic testing. I'm not going to fault you for it. I would rather be swinging there than trying to grab one of these nose tackles on day two, especially at this point, right? You look at the nose tackles like Christian Miller, you look at the nose tackles like Cade McDonald, who probably offer you something at least in the realm of potential when it comes to upside as pass rushers because they're 21 years old and there's room to grow, right? But now we're in the point where it's the Dominique Orange, the Daryl Jacksons, the Regis, Tim Keenan, DeMonte Capehart. All of these guys are going to be fine players as nose tackles. No need to reach for that. This is where I expect Onyedim, Halton, and Proctor to go at some point during the rest of the evening here. And Onyedim is just, again, another player who kind of falls into that category of rotational player, can sometimes win his 1v1s even in the run game when things are more on the move rather than static. He can get driven off the ball. But again, when he's playing on the move, when he's playing with the fluid movement skills and getting upfield and stretching things out to defend perimeter runs, like he's going to be effective in that regard. And they've got DJ Jones there, right? That's totally fine. Yeah, I think this is totally fine. You want to swing like that? It works for me. This is right. Kieron Crawford to the Raiders. It is right at pick 67. Bang, bang, bang. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the opposite version of Keldrick Falk, where I believe he's an older player too, and he is just more of the guy who's going to win with the hands, win as a rusher. Let's pull his card up really fast here. I mean, I like him more than plenty of others. But it's interesting. He is older, right? Maybe he isn't. Maybe I'm just confusing him with everybody in this class. Maybe I'm just confusing him with everybody else. But let's see. A lot of Steelers picks coming up, a lot of Dolphins picks coming up, so that's really fun. Some nice little crossover there. He's 22 and a half. Okay, so he's not super Oh, but you look at the pressures. I mean, 43 pressures last season, 5 sacks. It's probably not going to say that in like other stat sheets because PFF counts half sacks as full sacks. But you know, that's a 43 pressure 5 sack season. Pretty good, right? 43 on 100 or on 240 pass rush reps. That's, what are we? 17% pressure rate or so. That's not bad. We can 100% work with that. I think this guy gets to just a number of moves that I think are going to be just extremely effective, right? There's some twitch to the game and there's some burst after 1 or 2 steps. I don't think he maintains that level of explosiveness around the arc necessarily, right? Oh, we got to get his card up. Slacking here. Day 2 is just a whirlwind, especially solo. It's a whirlwind out there. Bears are on the clock now. Okay, we'll get to that one. So, yeah, 6'4" and 3/8, 253. Again, we talked about that 43 pressure season, basically a 17% pressure rate in 2025. I just think he gets all the moves, right? The cross chops, spins, right? You get the stab chop that Malachi Lawrence likes to go to. I think he can do better to modulate the tempo a little bit more, right? Especially if he's going to win with all these moves, right? Get up field with the first couple steps, work some counter, right? Build up speed slower, bursts into count. Like I think he can arrive at contact with a little more burst. Again, I don't think he's going to be ever the guy who's setting an edge, right? Even at 253, we're not looking at this guy as an edge setter. This guy's coming in to be the rotational rusher. You're bringing him in when you're bringing in your NASCAR packages, right? All of that stuff. That's just how I think, he's going to operate in the league, but there's value to that, right? We talked about it with R. Mason Thomas. We've talked about it with Howell, right? Those type of players have value because they can just consistently get after the quarterback. Crawford a little less with the bursts and the explosiveness and more with some of the counters and the hand usage and the timing that he plays with into contact. That's really, really good. And so, yeah, I think it's something that can work. No question. Eagles are taking Markel Bell, huh? So the McCoy thing just, again, continues to be a crazy development. Okay, the Eagles did take Markel Bell. Wow. Again, there was going to be a point where someone was going to do it and take a tackle in that sort of, basically I would call it the 3rd or 4th tier. There might be like almost a 2-tier gap when it comes to the tackles, right? When you go from the Lomu at the end of round 1 to here we are with Markel Bell, the Tiernans, Travis Burke from Memphis, Jude Bowery, right? At this point, I just have to forget about McCoy. When he goes, he goes. Yeah, I think that's pretty much where we've reached when it comes to most of this. Okay, now I know Markel Bell is famous, or is got his 15 seconds of fame because Derek Moore ran him over at the Senior Bowl. Maybe that's why he got drafted by the Lions so highly. I don't know. But when the Eagles get a player like Markel Bell, right, we talk about, 6'8" and 3/4, 346, just a mountain out there. But actually has really quick feet. Like I know while the 40's not fast, okay, but look at the 10-yard split, the way he can explode, at least for a short portion of time. That's what you need, right? Explosive outside the stance, right? I think he no, I don't think he was playing on the wrong side. He was at left tackle there, which is Mawanoa played right tackle. So again, he just caught him when he was retreating with the feet up in the air, and that's going to happen when you do that. So that's just what happens with collisions like that. But again, I think he's got really quick feet. Markel Bell is in the same range of a Cameron Williams, right? When they took him from Texas, either last year or the year before, where it just felt like, okay, we are. We're taking the swing on an athletic tackle who's really big. I thought they were going to make that swing taking Ihonachor, but instead it's Bell, and it makes a lot of sense for Philly. They're just trying to find that next big dude who can just, swallow up these smaller guys trying to win with speed to power, right? And have the quick feet, at least enough quickness with the foot and footwork to redirect and mirror that isn't going to cost you much because he's so big and he can take up so much space on top of it. So pretty solid athlete, especially for the size. It's kind of crazy that he's doesn't carry as much weight as Proctor, I believe, but that is impressive, and it is very, very, very much like Philly to make that swing. As I mentioned, they did that with Cameron Williams last year or the year before, and I don't remember which, but okay. That's interesting. That's interesting for Chicago. So no Halsey yet. Oh yeah, the 36 and 3/8 inch arm length too for Markel Bell is insanity. Yeah, so the Bears are taking Sam Roush, tight end from Stanford. Sure. This is if he had a little bit longer arms, this is a massive win for the Bears. A massive win for them. You talk about tremendous athletes. Well, I think they also must think that the blocking is good enough to be worthy of it if they really don't want Kmet. I think it is kind of wild. Raritan, Delp, and continue to drop. Where I think they're better than quite a few of these guys that have been picked now. But the tight ends going before the running backs probably should have been on the bingo card. I mean, DJ talked about, teams really like the depth of the tight end class. And again, we started taking them out. Berkshire and Klein. Yeah, not the real game changers per se. But I like this one. This one, Chicago's doing good stuff, man. It's tough we're living in a different world than we used to live in. We got a guy out there who wants to help steer the ship, and that's it's pretty good stuff, So Sam Roush pulling up the RAS now. But this is like a Charlie Kohler type of thing. I think you're looking for. All right, here we go. Where are we? There it is. Okay, so the Bears are taking, as I mentioned, Sam Roush, tight end from Stanford. So he's 6'5" and 5'8", 267. When a tight end's this big, you take notice. Because in the world we live in with the smaller guys who are just receivers, that is what it is. Again, massive hand size too, right? The arm length though, 30 and 5/8. That's the question mark. Can he sustain blocks as an inline player with that arm length? Like when he strikes and it's on time. Like, we're going to get some good movement in the run game. He's going to push people around. He's going to make guys crumble and fade away, right? And I think he's nimble enough, right? That's exactly what you need to be, nimble enough and good enough in a straight line if you're a really, really good blocker. That's all you need. And that's clearly what the Bears are thinking about here. Because I think, okay, we know the strike and placement is good enough as an inline blocker that we think he might not lose as much because that's super clean. And then you just, again, the drop rate is concerning. This last season, it was like 14%. And he dropped some easy ones at the Senior Bowl. So you got to clean up the hands. Got to make sure that we're not clapping the football right. We're not doing any of that. But, again, I think that kind of means Cole Kmet on his way out. Again, they can still move Loveland all around the formation, which is what they're going to want to do anyway. But you have kind of your inline guy that you don't have to now keep Loveland there. But also he's nimble enough as a mover that you may be able to interchange the two of them. Or, guys, bear with me on this one. The Bears might just say, no, we're getting into that 13 personnel fun stuff that the Rams are getting into, and we'll do it with all three of these guys and make life very difficult, which, it could be on the menu for them. So Mark Ingram said Steelers still suck. Oh, that's funny. Okay. So that's Burkitcher and Anya Deemer, like teams' first picks in the draft. That's wild stuff. So let's see here. Let's think about this, people. I don't know age, but like again, people are taking older. I mean, Keontae Scott hasn't been picked yet either, and he's, I think, a lot more talented than a lot of these guys, right? But he just maybe have a more limited role. Pregnon, I'm not sure because let's see who's gone already. Dunker hasn't gone. So just Basantis, Ioane, and Rutledge. I also think Mauanoa, Fano, and Proctor also guards, but that's neither here nor there. So maybe they just view Pregnon in the tier with Dunker and like Bo Stevens and some of those guys who they're just not valuing high enough. Obviously, Zune's still here, Lou and Hecht in terms of if you're looking at the full picture of some of the interior guys. So yeah, I mean, I think Ted Hurst for Miami at 75 should be circled right now if I were to guess on anything. Pregnon, I just don't know. Again, I think he's a really, really good mover. Like, I think there are some things that have to be cleaned up. Like, there are things that we'll bring him up when we talk about him because I'm sure we'll be talking about it at some point tonight. But I don't know. I think that, I don't know, maybe they think the flaws aren't very good and he's just not, worth taking a chance on developing those flaws a little bit because he's older. I don't know. It's tricky stuff because you got guys like Stooks who, again, maybe a better athlete than those guys, but I think Pregnon's athleticism pretty good. I did see Height went to the Niners, just waiting for one of these three jokers to confirm that for me. Ooh, Commanders. Hello. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so Ari has it. All right, Romello Height for the Niners. Let's talk about that. Back-to-back graphics coming up on the board, folks. We like that. We have not run out of graphics yet tonight. It's kind of wild the Niners took Stribling to start this night of the draft. All right, let's talk about Romello Height. 4. Still much higher for Joseph. Still much higher on Joseph's than Height. That's understandable. The high-end stuff for Joseph's is really, really good. Okay, we have to stop the screen for the first time in a while and change screens for our guy Romello Height, and then we have the Commanders up next, who are saying, looks like it's Antonio Williams for the Commanders, which again, I said we got back-to-back ones coming up, so that is correct. Boom, Romello Height, 49ers. Get rid of this. Now the graphics are back. Okay, Niners select Romello Height in the 3rd round, 6'2" and 6'8", 239. He's probably among the smallest guys, right, that you're going to see go during this show, right? That's 32 and a quarter inch arm length, 884 RAS, right? I believe he is 25, if I'm not mistaken. I believe Romello Height has turned 25. I thought he had an April birthday. But a really productive 2025 for him, right? 10 sacks, 11.5 tackles for loss, 62 pressures, 27 run stops, 62 pressures. Really impressive season for him. He's just not going to be a factor in the run game. Like that's just not how it's going to work for him, right? It isn't without the effort and the willingness to try to play. He just gets tossed out the club. Collisions just take him out of plays. He's going to get the down blocks and base blocks are just going to drive him away, and that's just going to be that, right? But the inside moves, the cross face in one step because he sets it up, right, threatens the outside track, is able to cross face in one stride. That level, to displace himself that far to cross face like that is just, it's outrageous. Inside spin, really, really good. He can use hesitation because he can change speeds because he's got that top speed to win around the arc. But I do think contact disrupts him around the arc too much, mostly because of a frame thing, because he's not as maybe big or as bulked up as some of these other guys, right? Even the Arme St. Thomas is, who's only a couple pounds heavier than him, but I think he's just built more. He doesn't have the long, lanky frame. Arme St. Thomas, right? That is who I'm speaking about. He doesn't have the long, lanky frame. He's got a more, put together frame that can handle some of this contact stuff. Height is still more of a kind of lanky player who that's just gonna happen for him. And there are just plays where if he gets contacted first a lot, even trying to get to some of these moves, he can get tossed into other guys, and it kind of disrupts the rush as a whole. But again, that's what the Niners don't need to have him play in early downs, right? They got Mykel Williams, they got Nick Bosa. This is we talked about this with who did we talk about this with? Cassius Howell. You bring him in, you've been throwing. We need to change it up. Bam, let's go to Romello hype. So I do like that. And then we have Antonio Williams to the Commanders. No? Make sure we're on that. Ari's on that. Yes. Okay, the slot demon himself going to the Commanders at 71. So the Commanders are now taking Sonny Styles and Antonio Williams. Again, another Antonio Williams and Jeremy Bernard, kind of see them pretty similarly when it comes to the receiver position. So we're 13 picks away from Green Bay, and we still have, I see people in the comments, we still have Pregnon, we still have Proctor, we still have Halton, Trey Zune, Dunker, Bo Stevens, quite a lot of players still. Barham's still there. A lot about Ted Hurst, if you want to do it to him. Plenty of players. Interested to see what they might do. I think Proctor might be the guy, though. Okay, let's talk about Antonio Williams to the Washington Commanders here. 5'11 and 5'8", 187 and 858 RAS. We are looking at 55 for 6'11 and 4 in 2025 at 2.27 yards per route run. 1.97 yards per route run in his career, so a little bit of a red flag there in the production profile, right, in terms of what you want to see from guys really in the top 2 days of the draft. And obviously 78% of his snaps as a receiver come from the slot. He's really a slot-only receiver. The ball skills, he's a really reliable player catching the football. In terms of making quick adjustments over the middle of the field, he's really good at obeying the football. I think he does a good job attacking leverage against off coverage. He deploys the head and shoulder fakes near the top of routes to gain some separation. Sufficiently dynamic, I think, and adaptable at the line of scrimmage at the very least when he's getting up to speed. A little bit of acceleration there into the stem. But he gets bogged down at the top of routes because of the size, right? Because of the lack of frame to be extremely physical, right? And I don't think it's the quicks, and it's just he has some of that burst off the line of scrimmage, but I don't think, again, kind of like we're going to talk about, I think with another receiver at some point, I just don't think he has the explosion in the short area and the dynamism that you need to sustain that separation that you might generate. So there are guys who are going to probably be able to recover and catch up to him a little bit more. But again, still a reliable player, and Washington really doesn't have a lot of other receivers. I would have liked to see them go maybe Ted Hurst or even Elijah Surratt, but it's very clear that the NFL kind of sees Surratt kind of like maybe quite a few of us do in terms of where the limitations lie. Dennis Sutton's still available, right? That's an option that we're looking at here. Somebody needs to take Mike Washington. Okay, somebody please take Mike Washington. The Giants have traded up to pick 74 from 105. So the Giants go up from 105 to 74. They give up 145. They give up another fourth next season. Wow. Okay. That's a lot. It's a lot in a trade there. Okay, so Bengals took Tacario Davis. We'll talk about Tacario Davis. He's a little more fresh in the mind, honestly. I've watched him a little more recently than several of these guys we're talking about. But Tacario Davis, corner, Washington, going to the Bengals. Let's do it. Let's bring up our RAS king here himself. I guess it wasn't as I thought it was a better RAS. Anyway, so Tacario Davis to the Bengals here. 6'3" and 3/4, 194, 33 and 3/8 arm length at corner. That's wild. He runs the 4.41. The jumps are pretty good, right, in terms of when you look at the testing. So I'll be honest. We were, for those who have listened to kind of Derailed and all of that stuff, oh my gosh, they might. So the Giants will have, I just wish they hadn't drafted Noah if they get pregnant here. Anyway, we'll get there. We'll get to Oscar Delp, all that stuff. So I thought Tacario Davis was Ephesians Prysock, and I thought Prysock was Tacario Davis. I mixed up the numbers. They're both tall, lanky corners. I would have liked to see Davis give a little bit more physical coming downhill to help in the run game. I don't think he does that as much. I think they're the pedal to drive, when you look at like a linear transition, I think that's fine, right? I think the pedal to drive there is good, is okay. But when you talk about like horizontal, shuffling the feet, changing direction, all of that good stuff, I think is just not his cup of tea. It's really going to be a struggle for him. He's going to have to kind of just really dominate people at the line of scrimmage and then turn and go. Like, that's really what it's going to be. It's going to be press, disrupt the route, turn and run with guys, and hope that they don't snap off routes really quickly. So Tacario Davis, I think it's not my favorite thing. I think there are better corners still on the board. I would even just swung with Jamal McCoy. Like, if you're Cincinnati and you think you're in the window because you traded for Dexter Lawrence, why would you not take that swing? So it really must be that bad. Good draft for the Saints. We were talking about this. They have Cassius Howell right as well as Jordan Tyson. That's pretty good. That's probably going to be one of my favorites when we do the recap show later this evening. I'll be honest, I probably would have taken Raridan in front of him. Now, I do think, though, Raridan has the injury history that Delp just doesn't. And so that may have just been a factor, which is understandable, right? I don't fault them at all for that. So Oscar Delp, 6'4" and 5/8, 245. The 9.83 RAS, really, really good. I think when you look at him as an inline player, I think when he lands good strikes in line, like, I think that's it all comes together. I think the hand placement, he can get a little high with the hands, and that causes some whiffs at the point of contact, and that's where he loses a little bit as a wide tight end right now. I love the process here for the Saints. I think this is the type of player you should be targeting, right? A guy who might be able to be a wide tight end with some juice. I just don't think Burkitcher has that. I don't think Klein has that. To be taking them in the top 65 seems crazy to me when you can go get guys like this. And I just don't think Claire has really figured out what he is. And so that's where I would go to a player like Delp, who has the short area bursts, right? The linear acceleration. When he gets those short targets, he can turn those into big gains. So if he continues to work on the strike timing and placement as an inline blocker, right? A lot of the like smooth movements, but also sharper movements on in-breaking stuff and on vertical plane stuff, combined with as I said, the ability to turn these underneath targets into 10, 15-yard gains, that's going to be valuable. Yeah, hard not to like adding Delp and Tyson to your offense to help out your young quarterback in Tyler Shuck. So the Giants have taken Malachi Fields in a move up here. Okay, I'm going to say it. This reminds me a lot of the Lions coming up to get Isaac TeSlaa. Like, just a very similar thing, right? And it's a similar type of trade too when you think about it, right? It's 3 picks in the future, way down the way, to come up and make a massive move, right? Like 100%, it's the same type of trade. That's wild. That's wild that it's the same type of trade. And they go get Malachi. Oh man, I don't like that. Okay. Like, I figured he would go tonight, and I probably should have made the graphic because I have plenty of notes on him. Yeah, I'm just these are the type of players that I can't wrap my head around. Because when you talk about Malachi Fields, right, the first thing that comes to mind, what's going on, Brian? He says, me and Kawano say sorry about Delp. It's all good. Raritan's still there. But I think when the first thing that comes to mind for receiver is all these spectacular catches with great concentration, leaping ability, right, and just in-air athleticism, when the conversation starts there and then you struggle to where to go to next, those are the players I'm just never going to be in on. And I think he's going to make he might do the same thing Tesla did this year for Detroit, where it's like he makes a couple big splash plays down the field with the catch point stuff. And he's like, oh my gosh, guys, he caught 16 passes for like 300 and he caught 4 touchdowns. And it's like, oh my gosh, look at how good that was. And I'm like, well, it's just all catch point stuff and he can't get open anywhere else. Like, I think you could maybe still convince me that there is something to be said about his vertical plane work, because I think there is enough weight drop and gear down deceleration through break transition stuff in the vertical plane with the curl routes that you could maybe say, okay, NFL runs a lot of them. He can run some of these. Like this can work in this capacity. But to me, that's still like a wide receiver 3, wide receiver 4 on your team. And I just don't know if that's the type of hill I would die on in terms of, bringing, shelling out 3 picks from the 4th round, 5th, and 4th to go get a guy like that. That just, to me, doesn't seem, again, because I just don't think he has a good plan of attack at the line of scrimmage. He tries them with physicality. It doesn't always work. He doesn't have I don't think the requisite quicks and burst to sustain any separation he earns. It's just, I just don't like this profile. I really don't. This type of receiver is just never going to be for me. Yeah, Halsey still being available is interesting, right? That he is Jermon McCoy still available in the 70s. Yeah, I think Caleb Douglas to Miami, that's an interesting one. Not Ted Hurst. See, why is Malachi Fields going before Ted Hurst? Why? Why is Malachi Fields going before Elijah Surratt? And I wouldn't even call myself a big fan of Elijah Surratt, to be honest. But I'm not sure. I just don't get the Malachi Fields thing at all. Has Chris Bell been taken? Now I'm losing my mind. Is Chris Bell still here? Obviously, okay. Dunker's still there. Miami picks Douglas. Joseph's, please. Why? I mean, Chris Bell, obviously the ACL, but he's way more. Fields over him. Chris Brazzell has off-field stuff. That's why he's not been picked yet. But man, and I don't mind Caleb Douglas's game. I like it more than Malachi Fields' game. But an interesting one for the Dolphins for sure. I do think, teams are very clearly telling you that there's something that they don't like about the production from Elijah Surratt, that he's still available. Oh no. Oh, Pittsburgh. All right. Wait. QB alert. I'll loop it. QB alert. Oh my gosh. It's a Drew Aller QB alert. Oh no. 3 times. 3 dings means very bad, right? It's like in Game of Thrones. 3 dings for the White Walkers, 3 dings for Drew Aller to Pittsburgh. Ay, people. No. Don't do this. Not like this. Not like this. Okay, some people have said they've never heard of Caleb Douglas. That's disrespectful. I will say, if you don't know about Marcus, what Tape Don't Lie for the a Raiders channel coverage, they had Caleb Douglas on. He talked about his game. He talked about what receiver what receiver play entails. I think with Douglas, so let's talk about this. I have the thing here. So Caleb, nope. I keep forgetting to get rid of it when I leave this screen. Packers trading up. We're on the clock. Okay, well, we'll save the Drew Aller thing, but the Dolphin, really quick on Caleb Douglas, right? He's 6'3", and 5'8", 206. He ran the 4.39, right? He jumped the 10.6 in the broad jump. He's a good vertical plane receiver, right? I think he gets on the toes of DBs on vertical routes, and he peaks with the head and shoulders. He does a good throwback technique, working back to the ball. He's a really good vertical plane receiver, and I think that's gonna probably provide some value to the Dolphins. I just would have liked them to go get Chris Bell, Ted Hurst. But Green Bay's coming up. This will be interesting. I don't know who it is. Can't wait to find out, though. Can't wait to find out. It better not be for QB. Not like this. Not like this. Not like this. Drew Aller to Pittsburgh, man. Whew. 84 and 160 for 77. Fascinating. Okay, so looking at the players that are graphics that we haven't talked about, Bryce Lance would be something. Deny Dennis Sutton. More tolerable at this spot, I think, than others. Pregnon. I hope they didn't move up for a nose tackle. That would be a little bit. I mean, Barham, Proctor. Get me fired. Don't be Mike Washington. Who else? I don't think it would be for Keontae Scott. I don't think it doesn't feel like a move to go get a receiver. Right? So now that is worth criticizing. Packers tweeted, we live in a different world than we did 30 seconds ago. Oh, that's who they picked? Meh. That's pretty meh, if you ask me, considering the players that were still available. Boy, this is a pretty bad day two. Like, there's nothing he provides that the day three nose tackles don't provide you. Like, we don't need him. Rayshawn Bain does the same stuff. Like, Rayshawn Bain does the same thing. God, they're so dumb, aren't they? Why? Why? I don't know, man. I don't know. I think it's this just has all the makings of day two last year for me. I hated day two last year. Didn't like any bit of it. And I just don't think there's much to any of this. I don't know. Really not fired up. Doesn't feel like any juice coming with us to Green Bay. I mean, he's 51 games over 4 seasons. That's cool. I don't think those guys exist. I don't think the do it everything players exist in this draft. They have to prove it to me first. I just don't think anybody does. Maybe Caleb Banks does everything. Like, that's legitimately it. Like, there's not like true insane burst off the ball here or anything. I don't know. They're going back to SEC roots, though. That's for sure. Well, there's always tomorrow, you know. It's something. It's certainly something. They certainly did things. They certainly did stuff. I don't know what to think. I'm pretty disappointed, all things considered. I just think there's just much more talent everywhere. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, in mid 70s. Joseph, what's going on? Says with big citrus on the board, that's crazy. Yeah, I mean, what else is there to say? Just pretty underwhelming across the board. Um, yeah, man. I think just kind of is what it is. Just kind of is what it is. I mean, there's some quicks off the ball. There's some powers. Like I get where we're trying to put the like. We're trying to say he's kind of more well-rounded, but I just don't think like there's a. I just don't think there's a dominant trait that you're going to look for here. Whereas like Proctor, Halton, kind of more provide that perhaps. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, it's the 6'3", 313 is just that's where they like to hover around at the position. That's for sure. But for me, it's just, I think more of the, he's got the attacking mentality as more of as a nose tackle. Again, I just think about like Trey Zune and just Ted Hurst and just guys that like, again, like Barham and Proctor, Dunker, just guys at Pregnon, just guys that they kind of need. I don't know. I'm just not buying into this right now. Again, he's a high character guy. A lot of people think agility isn't necessary for DTs. It just depends on what role they're playing. If he's playing nose tackle, then yeah, for sure, he doesn't need to. I liked all the upside swings until you get to Gary at 12, and this draft is rough. It doesn't look great on paper right now. So it is what it is, man. You can't. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's tough. I think we just move on. I think we move on. We didn't talk about Drew Aller, but there. I don't know. Do we really want to talk about it? I don't know. It does. It does just more. I think Drew Aller thing just a kind of more of a desperation. We need the QB thing, right? Where, it's the requisite build and the frame and the strong arm, but just no level of processing speed that's going to be able to work right away. Like they're trying the Josh Allen big swing in the third, which is a fine process, but it's just more. Do you think he can get there? We've done the McClellan thing. We're not doing any more of that. Let's move on. The Colts are doing more fun things, I think, than the Packers are. So I think we just go that direction and forget about today and do something else. Oh wow. Okay, so we got a couple picks. The Falcons one's interesting. But AJ Halsey, player this is my safety 4. I have him just ahead of Stukes in this class. But the Colts got CJ Allen and AJ Halsey today. Feels kind of good, Feels kind of good. So AJ Halsey, LSU safety. Just watch Micah Parsons highlights. Maybe, you know what? On the weekly Cheddar channel, that's what I'll do. I'll post Micah Parsons, best of Micah Parsons film room in 2025, and just forget about these ones. I think. But AJ Halsey, 5'11", 3/4, 215, did not qualify for the full RAS testing. But with Halsey, he is very much like I would call him the Jacob Rodriguez of the safety class a little bit, where it feels like Halsey, anticipation, processing, reading and keying the coverage, responsibility, and the route concepts, knowing when to drive on the football, reading things out, reading the quarterback and their body language, where they're going with it, and then the ability to make the play on the ball. Now, LSU put him on the roof in a single high post safety look. Probably a little too much considering, again, I know there's a 4.52 here, but I don't think he transitions particularly quickly. And I don't think he has the elite level range to play on the back end in a single high look. I'm trying to remember who the Colts DC is. They might be doing that, but listing him as more of a strong safety, I think makes a lot more sense. But again, the ball skills are really good. He fits the run pretty nicely. And again, in zone coverage, if you want to be in more of a shell with two guys on the roof of the defense, I think Halsey's going to provide you plenty of value because he knows what's going on. He knows when to be around the ball. He's the recognition, anticipation, the communication, all of that stuff is high level at the position. I do like this one for the Colts. And then the Falcons are doing some things. They're selecting Zachariah Branch, which they drafted Terrell. That's right. Yeah, I do think there is room for this level of explosiveness, right, in the room for this offense, right? You have Kyle Pitts and you have London, who are more big bodies, right, can do all of that stuff and are going to win the ball. And then you have the level of twitch and make you miss quickness and then the burst to go finish runs after he makes you miss that Zachariah Branch has, right? But there's a reason the ADOT's low, and because he really is. He really is a gadget player with unreal movement skills. You get him on drag routes and on screens, and he's going to be able to just see where he needs to go. He reads out the leverage, he reads out the blocks, and he goes. And then when he needs to make someone miss, he can, because the stop-start acceleration's unreal. He'll let guys run right past him coming over from depth and then just reaccelerate in a blink of an eye. There's a play, I believe, against Auburn where he catches the football, lands on the ground, and then goes back towards his line of scrimmage to go win around the corner against the defender. So I think the movement skills, acceleration, just how he can move on a variety of paths without losing any of his speed is really impressive. Now, when it comes to, and again, I think he's tough at the catch point too. He'll, even at 5'9", 177, he'll take hits, he'll elevate for the football when necessary, but also he elevates for the football when it's unnecessary. And I know there's a time and place for elevating to maybe set yourself up and slow your momentum so you can explode when you land, right? And I understand that part of it, but there's just some unnecessary jumping when the ball arrives for him. I think some of the outbreaking stuff is successful where he gets a good drive step and he's getting flat on that break line. But there are times where he rounds it off and he's letting guys back into the play. And the same thing over the middle of the field. He's not attacking leverage, right? He's not worried about where the defender is. He's just worried about outrunning him to a certain spot. And that's not always going to get you wins. So the finer points of playing receiver, he just really doesn't have them. But he catches the ball and he can make people miss and he's explosive. And that's kind of just the element that the Falcons are really missing in their room right now. So, anywho, let's keep it rolling. The Ravens are selecting wide receiver Jacoby Lane from USC. So the Ravens have taken Zion Young, Venga Ioane, and Jacoby Lane. And I think Jacoby Lane can play off of Zay Flowers really well. I think that works because again, Zay Flowers can be. We'll get to it. Let's get Jacoby Lane's RAS score up here so we can look at that because that looks nice, right? Yeah. So Jacoby Lane 6'4" and 8 200. Got the 939 RAS, ran the 447, jumped out of his mind, right? 96th percentile in the vert, 94th percentile in the broad jump. So again, really just good numbers across the board when it comes to the testing. The agility would probably poke some holes in the profile. But what I have for Jacoby Lane to tell you is he's the good he's a vertical plane receiver, right? He is in air athleticism, contort, body control near the sideline, elevate at the right time, high point the football, and do all of that. There's some quick twitch movement, I think, with some of that, but I think right now at the line of scrimmage, he has to do a better job sequencing the footwork with the hands and how he needs to attack. You know, when defenders are up near his face or in soft press where they're trying to mirror, I just don't think he matches up the footwork with the swipes in time, and that kind of gets him disrupted and off of his spot and off of rhythm, and that stuff needs to get cleaned up because he just won't win the in-breaking, out-breaking stuff without it. But again, he's got those like really twitchy movements that can make you believe he's got some sharpness to the game that they could unlock in Baltimore. And again, Zay Flowers, he's going to be over the middle of the field. He's going to take a lot of that intermediate stuff anyway. And so you have Jacoby Lane to kind of go win down the field for you in this offense. So makes a lot of sense for the Ravens. Now, when it comes to the Jaguars, they have picked the looks like the sturdy nose tackle Albert Regis. So round 2 results look sad. So the selection of Drew Aller is the one that came from the Cowboys. That's fun. That's fun. All right, so we'll get Jags for Albert Regis here in a moment. The other D tackle from Texas A&M, someone we've talked about a decent bit, at least in other parts of the internet, other shows and all of that. This is exactly the type of player you kind of need if you don't have him. Where it is, well, let's pull it up. Okay, Jags select Albert Regis, nose tackle, Texas A&M. I think 6'1", 295. So again, maybe he's not going to be billed as a nose tackle anymore. We'll see. Because he was listed at like 6'1", 317, I believe, at Texas A&M. But again, he's got that squatty build. He's not tall, so he can sink into, I mean, at 295, it's a little undersized for the position. So he's trying to get lighter to be more explosive upfield, which there are moments of that, but I just don't think he can turn any of that explosiveness upfield into changing direction laterally. I don't think he's going to be able to do a bunch of that. So to be able to kind of, for him, win one-on-ones, I guess, in terms of the pad level, the strike timing, the extension, good leverage, he's always going to be the low man out there, and he'll be able to shed, with tackles that are going to try and reach out to get him because he's in good position a lot. So he'll be tossing people around, and he'll be kind of causing disruption at the line of scrimmage for them. So I like it. I like it if you need it. Oh no. Oh, really? A lot of people don't have the Regis pick. Is Jordan Schultz catching all these now? Do I have to go find him? Is that where people are getting it? Let's see here. No, I got the Regis one. I don't see orange for the Vikings yet. So Packers felt like they needed to start this sort of run on defensive tackles because clearly now they're starting to go. Right? Anya Deem was kind of the first domino. And then it was like, okay, McClellan's going to go, and then now it's Regis, Orange. So Cisse has a really close connection to Stephon Gilmore, so he could develop very quickly. Well, listen, there will be positives. Maybe we'll just leave out the Texas A&M game in the film study because Concepcion was not kind. He had bad intentions in that game to route up anybody he saw. So see, how are you guys seeing this? Because I don't have anybody reporting any of these anymore. Like Ari's quitting on me here apparently. Rap Sheet just has Branch up there. Are like smaller accounts getting some of these? Okay. Well, Milt Hendrickson saying he was a guy who checked a lot of boxes. I don't know. So what? The more you watch, the more he grew on us. Okay, I don't know what that means. Say things. Say what you like. Don't do that. Say actual things. You already picked him. Do I have to go to the NFL.com tracker to see some of this? Evidently, I do. And this is where we should be. Okay, yeah, because I see Dom Orange. Okay. Oh, you know what? Brazel's not a name that I put a graphic together for. I'm not sure why I didn't do that because I have a lot to say about Brazel. Yeah, no, the Dominique Orange pick is already there. Like it's there. So we'll get to it. Let's do it. Again, this is Hog NFL's got some of those. Okay. All right, Vikings select. Where's my Vikings one? So Vikings have gotten Banks, Golday, and Orange. Whoa. I know Iowa Joe's going to be happy that the Packers didn't take a Cyclone with one of those. But in this house, I think we like it. I don't know. I think this is fine for Minnesota. Again, they've done the bank swing, so it's not like this is their first crack at it. He's 6'2" and 3/8", 322. He's got the 7.84 RAS, 1,575 career snaps, 1 sack, 7 tackles for loss, 43 stops, 55 pressures on 854 pass rush snaps, and a 17.4 missed tackle percentage. He gets off the ball quickly enough, right? He's built to handle stuff in the run game, including holding the point of attack, right? He's going to be able to do that early down nose tackle stuff, and they're going to let Caleb Banks attack more as kind of, I think, the 3 tech further away from the ball, right? I think it's pad level, it's strike timing, it's placement, it's enough extension, even though I don't think the arm length is really there, right? So there is some of that. He's going to take care of that for you. He just really doesn't have that like upfield burst again or change of direction quicks to impact the game too much as a pass rusher. I mean, he really never had more than he has one total sack in his career, essentially. But I think just impacting the quarterback, it's more of he has to raise out of that pad level to generate a strike because he doesn't have the arm length to do so. And so then he kind of gets bogged down and he can't really change direction to counter off of it. So he just really is built to sort of be the early down nose tackle. So not somebody I'd be tripping over to get on day 2. But yeah. Bucks pick is in. Steelers are on the clock again. I mean, again, so I think the Steelers thing is let's put it this way. They have other they have other picks to work with here, right? They still have 99, so they're going to have more swings. Wow, Minnesota's got 2 more at the end now, thanks to that Grenard trade. They won't take 3 DTs, though. That's good news. So Chargers, Dolphins, Jags, then the Bears. Obviously, Green Bay done for the night. There's nothing more they can do to lift yield spirits. Panthers, Chris Brazzell. Let's talk about this. Where are the Panthers? Okay. Chris Brazzell, wide receiver from Tennessee. Again, can't believe I didn't make the graphic for Brazzell. Massive overstep on my part. But apparently making a Ted Hurst one wasn't worth my time. At least not yet. Yeah, Brazzell's in that more just, again, wide range of outcomes prospect. That's how you have to view him. And if you view him through that lens, then obviously picking him here at 83 is nothing that is that's totally fine, right? So the Panthers have taken Monroe Freeling, and then they've got Lee Hunter, they got Chris Brazzell. So Brazzell 6'4" and 3/8, 198. Oh, guys, the Bucks got Ted Hurst. Okay. Chris Brazzell read the 4.37. Well, hopefully Bucks fans find the video. I'm so sick of people not finding the videos. The Dallas Cowboy fans didn't find it, which is really annoying, but it is what it is. So Brazzell. Okay, let's focus. Let's get to the task at hand. Okay. So with Chris Brazzell, obviously has the long speed and the strides to eat up cushion stacked on the field. You know, he wins down the field like that. He's got the vertical presence to his game. What I think is really impressive is you see some high-level reps on the film, right, where Georgia game, he's got just incredible reps where he wins an out-breaking route, right, inside release, throw-by technique with the hands at the top, gear down is really clean, and it's just an easy win for him on an out-breaking route against the corner. Wins downfield with a little pressure towards the sideline on a post route, makes the adjustment to go high point the football, and then he caught one. Underhand attack, the corner was a little ahead of him, and he made the play at the catch point. It was really a tale of 2 seasons for him, though. He had some drops. There's just some inconsistencies, and he didn't. And in that Tennessee offense, it's like, man, I on the other side of the field, I'd be working on the release stuff. I'd be setting stuff up for later. He just didn't really do that. So it's, can he earn more consistent first and second level targets, or is he just going to be an outbreaking and then deep crossing vertical target down the field? Is that going to be valuable enough? It will have its value. There's some merit to that value, right? And especially for the Panthers, who I think have brilliantly put their receiver room together in terms of they've got McMillan who can do everything. They've got Coker as kind of the slot now who can, work over that. And then they've got their deep threat in Brazzell. So I do like how they've put together this room. They probably could have done it with Hurst as well. But again, Brazzell, I think, still has really good weight drop and through break transitions for a player with 6'4", 198. Now, does he have the frame to hang up against contact more at the next level? Because he's a little bit thinner, right? A tall, lankier player. That would be maybe the biggest question for him. But it is a really, really interesting one. And yeah, let's get to the Bucks, who have taken Ted Hurst. Bucks are my least favorite team. Nah, Bucks have done well. They've got Bane Trotter and Ted Hurst. That's some good stuff, I must say. Oh, we got the graphic for that one. Pittsburgh should be on the clock then. Or maybe their pick's in already too. Oh, no, Browns pick is in too. Okay, now I'm following the NFL Network thing. We got a bunch of them. Yeah, the Steelers picked a corner, Dalen Everett. Browns picked Austin Barber. Dolphins are on the clock now. Dolphins probably wanted Ted Hurst, but they took Caleb Douglas, which is interesting. Anyway, Ted Hurst, my boy, my guy in the class. Let's get to it. Ted Hurst. Yeah, I mean, what's not to like, 6'3" and 3/4, 206, the 9.9 RAS. 71 for 999 and 6, 2.42 yards per route run, 25, a career 2.18 yards per route run, 33 of 54 contested catches. That's good for like 64-ish%. And 4.6 yards after the catch per reception, where you go, okay, this is an explosive playmaker, right? Where, he eats up cushion as well. He's a nightmare when he sees daylight. There's a really good rep of him with good route depth, throws on time, he accelerates quickly, and he just kind of runs away from people. And in the Sun Belt, yeah, I mean, you'd like to see people run away from folks like that. Yeah, and impressive shoulder plane in the drive phase and throughout the stem, where he's just not tipping his hand. He's not raising up before he gets into the break very much. It's very rare if you see any of it, which is impressive stuff for him. Love the weight drop at the break point. He's doing that on curl and comeback routes with ease. I think there are times where the in and out breaking stuff is sharp, but there are times where it's rounded, so it's a little bit of inconsistencies there. But he's adaptable within the route based on alignment, right? He's got quick feet, light feet to adjust, which is good, and he's recognizing it on time. The high point work is really good. He tracks it well. He adjusts downfield. He's ready for back shoulder throws. He's ready to work over the middle on post routes to go get the football. And then, on the fade routes, he's going up and winning. And so I do think the Bucks kind of probably view this as a, turbocharged Evans, probably Evans when he came out of school. And yeah, I understand the appeal. There are some clap attacks. You can see it on film. It's very clear. It doesn't hurt him too much, but there are a few drops here and there where you can see it. And then I think after the catch, he's just trying to do too much, where he's trying to, make people miss. Like, okay, every time I catch the ball, I got to make somebody miss. It's like, no, you can just take what's given to you. You can get downhill with some urgency and just, again, live another down, where it's just like he's, I think, just, again, trying to do too much, but really, really impressive from that perspective. So Dalen Everett is somebody who I think is solid across the board. I don't think he offers something dominant other than maybe the speed. But yeah. Okay, where are the Steelers? Georgia. Oh, hang on. Okay. Wow, yeah, these are coming in quick now. Oh, man. I got to bookmark that. Oh, no. Holy smokes. Okay. So, all right, let's get to... Jeez Louise. Oh, wait, there's nothing here yet. I haven't presented. All right, we got some catch-up work to do, peeps. As I said, the Steelers select Dalen Everett, 6'1", 196, 4'3", 840, the 9.89 RAS. So a good tester. He's tall. He's big, fast boundary corner, right? He's got a lot of starting experience in the SEC. I think he is willing tackler, right? physical enough in the stem, but he does have the footwork to match. I think it's just more of for him, and I think a lot of this applies to him that applies to Cisse as well, where it just seems to be, not the greatest twitch in transition, not the greatest efficiency there, and just a lot of inconsistent stuff where you see some of the high-end traits at the position, the pedal to drive, the turn and run, the transition back downhill. And there are just times where you don't see it where, guys are getting, less patient and they're opening up and they're panicking, right? And that leads to missteps and that leads to balance issues. And I think that just shows up for Everett where it's just a consistency issue rather than a talent issue. Like he has all of the physical talent in the world. It's just, again, for a lot of these guys, that is what it is just building consistency. Now the Browns have selected Austin Barber. Oh man, where are the Browns? Here we go. And with Austin Barber, again, he's in this tier with Markel Bell and some of these other guys at tackle where, this is what you get right here, right? The physical, the physical makeup. Saints and Bucks. I thought the Panthers were, the Panthers obviously make the playoffs. They win the division. It's like, no, I think the Saints and Bucks are biting back pretty good. As far as Austin Barber goes as a prospect, I have some notes. Let me search on my document. Again, this is insurance. I think you definitely have to, I think, make sure that Spencer Fano, if it doesn't work, you have more swings. And that's what the Browns are doing here. This guy's has played left tackle and right tackle. The grip strength is really good, right? He's good on the move. He's springy enough out of the stance where it doesn't, is he going to be the most elite player crossing face? No. Is he going to, he loads a ton of power from the core, from the lower half into the shoulders to really strike in the run game. And he can do that in the pass game as well, but he's just not the quickest, I would say. And I think that tracks considering we don't have agility testing for Austin Barber. Cassius Howell gave him trouble. Not that Cassius Howell didn't give everybody trouble, but I think he's just more of the powerful enforcer type that's got sufficient quickness rather than the high end athlete at the tackle position. Will Kazmarek goes to the Dolphins. So again, the Dolphins just kind of building everything up here. So I think the Raritan injury history is bothering teams enough where they're not going to go near it today. But more tight ends off the board. This is once everybody saw the Rams and the Seahawks, success with the tight end position. They're like, we need a bit of this too. Will Kazmarek's in that same boat. He's 6'5" and 5'8", 261. And this is your inline blocker. There really isn't, I don't think, too much to say other than that of like, he's not going to offer you a ton in the receiving game. I mean, maybe a little bit of work up the seam. He's going to be a bully at the catch point because he's so big and powerful. But this is the inline guy. This is the Dolphins trying to find at least some version of a Tucker Kraft. Probably won't be as good of a receiver, but he will he's going to punish you, punish defensive ends, punish linebackers, all of that stuff. Let's get to our guy Pregnon here, going to Jacksonville this late. Jacksonville kind of redeeming themselves a little bit late in this one. Is it too little, too late? Maybe. All right. Now we have to change it up here. We have to stop the screen. Wow, the running backs. Huh? Well, I will say the Packers didn't take a running back, and that should be a victory in its own right. Who knows? Maybe I'll feel better about it at some point. The Jaguars selecting Emmanuel Pregnon. Whoa, okay, receivers are interesting. So when it comes to Pregnon, right, we're 6'4" and 3/8, 314. Guess I can't have this on there. There's too many notes. 33 and 5/8 arm length, 915 RAS, 2,504 snaps at left guard, 689 at right guard. Really good latch and drive in the run game. Can finish guys in space. Put them on the ground. The down blocks are really good, and the base blocks are good as well, where he can just kind of toss guys away, reset that line of scrimmage, and just kind of open up running lanes there. He anchors really well in pass pro. He's hard to move off his spot once he gets down and kind of latched on. He's kind of got that. If you remember Jackson Powers Johnson at Oregon, and when we did his video, right, where you watch Oregon kind of do this, where when they combo block, they really like guys who just kind of bump and sort of smash into the defensive tackles, whether not really engaging with the hands, so they're ready to get up and strike at the second level. There's plenty of that on film as well for him. He loves to crush guys when he's pulling. He does retreat a lot when he's in pass pro. It's not really staying square and more lateral movements. It's a lot of retreating, which can, you get caught with your feet in there. You know what happens. Markel Bell found that out at the Senior Bowl. So got to be careful with that. There's sometimes where he goes to latch on in pass pro, his base gets really, really wide. And that's where the guys who are quicker and can cross face are going to be able to beat him later in the rep. So he's got to be careful with the wide base stuff. He does have some snap timing inconsistencies, I think, that can throw off some stuff when it comes to the run game, and also just obviously hurt his ability to strike early in pass pro. So I do think this is the Jaguars' best pick for sure. For sure. So now we have back-to-back skill position players. Another receiver I didn't think was going tonight. The Bears have taken Xavier Thomas. Okay. And to me, this is very much like a Khalif Raymond type of thing for him. I think this is what you're going to get for Chicago. This isn't going to be. This is a guy to fill a very, very, very specific role. And yeah, that's really the gist of it, right? But let me pull up his RAS. We'll talk about Xavier Thomas really quickly. Yeah, so, where are we? Bears again. All right, so Xavier Thomas, wide receiver from LSU, 5'10" and 1/8, 189. He ran the 4.28, right? I think the 4.28 is very key. Why? Because I think if you're Chicago, right, we kind of map out the offense here. You have now a potential three tight end set, Kmet, Roush, and Loveland. Loveland's kind of your positional formation adjuster, right, in your offense. You have Odunze and Burden to take over the two receiver roles. And you go, okay, well, Burden was doing a lot of gadget stuff, and DJ Moore was doing a lot of gadget stuff. So who's going to be the gadget player in this offense? Boom, enters Xavier Thomas with the 4.28 speed. LSU handed him the football. They got him on orbit motion and tossing him the football in that way. Right, and he's going to get some targets down the field with speed. Right, speed, vertical plane stuff is going to be okay for him. The drag routes and mesh, that's going to be fine for him. He's definitely a very unnecessary jumper at the catch point. But again, he's filling a gadget role. I don't think it's as bad as when they selected, Velus Jones, but an intriguing one, I guess, in that regard. Now, Keelan Black going to the Niners. Again, this is also... Can we talk about how clockwork this is? The Niners have taken a running back in the third round that shouldn't be going in the third round. And that's still somebody who actually decently likes the player. But again, this is a very Niners thing. They can't get They can't get it out of their system. They simply refuse to do so. So It's something, all right. So Keelan Black, running back Indiana, the 9.14 RAS really good. He's 5'9" and a quarter, 211. This is more of the downhill guy, right? You're running gap stuff, maybe less so zone stuff. Not that he can't do it, but I would much prefer him getting downhill in a hurry, right? Patience, wait for the crease to open up and then attack. Finish through your pads. He runs behind him really well, good contact balance, and he has some burst to kind of open it up and hit some 20 to 25 yard runs. But I think that's kind of where a lot of the excitement ends. This is just a good guy to have in your rotation who can deliver some punishment to some defensive players at the second and third level of your defense. So Raiders pick is in. Cowboys are on the clock. We're in the home stretch here. Only 100 picks in these first 3 rounds. I think sometimes we've gotten up to 103. So the comp pick's a little lower this year. So after the Raiders, we'll find out what that is, I believe. I'm sure very shortly what that pick will be. For the first time since day one, this is the first run. Yeah. Okay. So this is the first running back since Jadarian Price. Yeah. Yeah. So some interesting ones. No Jonah Coleman so far. Not to necessarily say he won't go yet. No Coleman. Bryce Lance, not really. Chris Bell has not been picked yet. That's more notable. Obviously, Jermon McCoy. I think Jayshon Barham not going is notable. Bud Clark went. I think that was the right thing to do. Keontae Scott hasn't gone. That's probably the most surprising of any of them. So we'll see. Raiders, what have they done to this point? What have the Raiders done to this point? They've picked twice tonight already. Yeah, they've definitely picked twice. Who hath they selected? The Raiders. Oh, okay. They went, not sure if I said this, but the Bears' third rounder was 265 on the consensus board. Yeah, that's all Raiders. Oh, you Raiders. Darn it. That one hurts, folks. We said we thought he wasn't going to get to 120. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Well, here's our tippy top tier pass blocker with positional flexibility, people. Trey Zune is off the board to the Raiders. That one hurts. That one hurts a little. Can't lie. Cannot lie. That's the one. That is the one. Raiders aren't going to be bad for long. It doesn't seem like it. They added, obviously, Mendoza. They added Kieran Crawford. They added somebody else earlier on day 2 who I can't think of. Shoot. They added Stukes, right? Stukes as well, right? So they're Mendoza, Stukes, Crawford, Zune. That's their draft, I think. That's pretty good. How can you not like that? So Trey Zune, 6'6" and 5'8", 312, 996 RAS. Experience at tackle, experience at center. I think he's got 100 or so snaps on his belt from this past season. Very, very much got that prototypical size. He's a great pass protector, really quick feet to mirror, can adjust on the fly, right? Pretty good strike. I think really good strike timing and placement as a pass protector that gives him a lot of control because he doesn't have the great arm length, right? We're 32.5. That's kind of teetering on should you be playing out there or not? Does it show up? It shows up at times. Definitely shows up when he's trying to kind of uproot people in the run game and he can't really get that drive going. So he's going to be more of a finesse run blocker. But the goal of this is to build a wall for Mendoza to operate. And if Zune can take one of those spots along the offensive line, right, there's going to be a lot of competition, which I think is good. They need it, right? Caleb Rogers was a pick last year. Charles Grant, right? Like some of these guys who, they're looking for to take some of these spots. It's good to get another guy in there in Zune who can challenge them because he's been a tremendous pass protector now for a couple seasons. He was a dominant force this past season. That's kind of what the Raiders needed. That was kind of maybe last on the wish list. Oh my gosh. Are you serious? Gosh, Dallas, you just trying to cook any harder? God, be careful not to cook too hard. Holy smokes, Dallas. Oh, gosh, dude. Are you serious? Gosh, could Dallas be... I cannot stress enough how good Dallas is doing right now. Are you kidding me? Oh, man, our king has fallen. They're really rebuilding him in the aggregate. Both of them? Really? Both of them? Both? Guys, they took Barham. Oh, yay. That's unbelievable. I mean, brother, can the Cowboys, geez Louise, chill. Like, they're actually trying to rebuild Micah Parsons in the aggregate, and they might get away with it. That's unbelievable. I had to tweet this. I mean, you are kidding me. Gosh, dang it, Jerry. Relax. We're just trying to have fun. So the Cowboys are getting Jayshawn Barham. I would call him linebacker edge from Michigan. I think he is a little bit of both. Kind of got that diet version of Arvell Reese to his game. Really nice. Good job, Miami. Well done. We'll talk about that one. Not sure why they took Caleb Douglas earlier. That's weird. But anyway, 6'3.5", 240, 32 and 1/8 inch arm length, 883 RAS, 1,389 snaps at linebacker, 572 at edge. 300 or so of those were this past season. He made that transition. I think we'll get to why here in a second. 4 sacks, 10 tackles for loss, 21 pressures, 24 stops. This dude's a run-stuffing machine. First notes, absolute psycho. That's just absolute psychopath. Watch the USC 2024 game where those first 7 plays, he's destroying offensive linemen and tight ends at the point of attack, just putting them on the ground, getting them way off balance. The collisions are outrageous. Tremendous player through contact. Strike and shed against the run. He gets that good extension at the point of attack. A couple times as a blitzer, even in 2024, where guys are trying to take him out at the legs, he just keeps chugging along through contact. He's really good in that regard. The jab and rip and kind of dip around the edges is go-to move as a pass rusher right now. Can vary the tempo a little bit to make it look a little different, but that's really the go-to. He's got some explosion to power. He put that in there as well as a pass rusher. I think he's extremely intelligent when he was around the line of scrimmage. He's sniffing out screens, right? He's getting to the flat in time. He's sifting through traffic as a run defender. So, like, he has the downhill enforcer mentality at the position with enough, I think, athleticism to boot. I think the transition to edge rusher, it's just attributed to he was really spot drop only in coverage. Just didn't have the recognition skills. Just wasn't picking up crossing routes in time. I think he got kind of lost in spot drop looking at the quarterback and just not seeing, any routes developing, not opening up to kind of the strength of the formation, none of that. So that's really probably what made him kind of transition to playing edge full time. And I just think this is the type of player you want on your team. And the fact that the Cowboys have Downs, Barham, and Lawrence on the same team is really ticking me off. I hate that stuff, but it's Cowboys are going to be must see. This is so good by them. So good from them. Darn it, man. looks like the Dolphins. Oh no, we got to go to the Rams first. I saw the Dolphins pick before I saw. Yeah, he really does, and the contact balance. I mean, he's going to 3-4, like him and Malachi Lawrence in the 3-4. Like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Man. Yeah, he just doesn't have the polish, right? It was his first year as a full-time edge rusher. He even did it mid-season, right? It wouldn't even start that way. He didn't start out playing it. It was kind of like a transition about game 3 or 4 for him, where it was like, okay, you got to go. You're going to go move to this, and it was working. Okay, the Rams. The Rams are having an interesting draft so far. Maybe not my favorite. Maybe not my favorite. I mean, this isn't bad, right? He's an older offensive lineman. Everybody knows where I'm going with this, probably. It is Keegan Trost, the offensive lineman from Missouri, right? So, again, not super surprising. I feel like there was, enough. He was first team All SEC, right? Do we have? I'm going to go to PFF for him. I haven't gone to PFF in a while tonight. I just want to see what the snap breakdown was because I forget. Maybe it was specifically right tackle, but I thought it was maybe something else. I mean, the PFF blocking stuff is insane. Just a warrior through the SEC. Let's present here. Let's check this out really quick. Rams select Keegan Trost. So obviously played at Indiana State, then Wake Forest, then Missouri. So there's a bit of distribution there, but he played both tackle spots at Wake Forest. Again, he was moving all over the place. He's got 2,077 snaps at right tackle, but he's got nearly 650 at left tackle. He's got 75 at right guard. So a little bit of moving over, everywhere. But again, I think I think PFF does a good job at least pointing this out. I don't know if he's this good, but like he's a really, really good run blocker. Just has that blend of quicks and physicality, right? He's got some pancakes out there if you want to go find them. Like that type of stuff, the aggression that he plays with and the willingness to get out into space. He can kick inside. You can go play him at guard, and I think he's not going to be missing a beat, right? And I think maybe it's just a quickness at tackle that's maybe going to give him some trouble. But so I think it's probably an interior offensive line play, but this is probably their best pick so far, which is interesting considering that that one of them was a QB. So again, no Keontae Scott, no Joshua Josephs. We've talked about that. Obviously, no Jermon McCoy, no Proctor, no Halton. But the Miami Dolphins have selected Chris Bell, wide receiver, Louisville. So that's some good stuff there. We'll talk about that. Let's pull that up right now. Speak on Chris Bell, who I think still has, I would say, more work to do as a receiver. But, you think about, okay, guy who might be healthy, got the ACL tear, but he's 6'2", 1/8, 198. Was having a heck of a season. He kind of torched Miami, which has a good secondary. Maybe Jacoby Thomas, not a great tackler, but other than that, pretty good secondary. Career over 2 yards per route run. We like to see that benchmark hit for a day 2 player. He's got, I think the ascending player tag is a good one to tag him with, to be honest. The short area acceleration is lethal, right? We're turning drag routes, we're turning shallow crossers into touchdowns, right? We're able to win down the field. He's good high pointer at the catch point. It's mostly positive there. He can play through contact. He can contort and adjust for the football. It's really, really good there. And he's got good concentration. There's a play against Pitt where he is out of position, tips the ball in the air, to go, contest that throw to the defender and then ends up with the football actually. So yeah, that's some good stuff there. I think, again, he's kind of like Jacoby Lane where he's trying to thread that needle of like, all right, what does the release work and stem work look like? How does it need to be? How do I work on the footwork here? And when's a good time to attack as I'm gaining ground, right? All of that stuff that I think is still a work in progress. But when the physical tools look like this, I mean, it's not a surprising thing that Chris Bell is going to Packers South with the Miami Dolphins at all. That's not surprising one bit. So, yeah, makes sense. And we're on our way. Eli Raridan is the pick. Just 4 picks left. Raridan to the Patriots. And then we got Jennings Dunker going to the Steelers. So the Patriots, where are you? They took Gabe Akis. They have so Lomu, Akis, and Eli Raridan. Pretty good. Pretty good, if I may say. Maybe not as good as the last draft, but I mean, there really isn't much else to say about Dallas at this point. I mean, they're simply clowning everybody. I know the Eagles went up on them and got Mekhi Lemon, but I think they're clowning everybody right now. I think this could be tight end 1. I think there's a real chance of that. Max Toscano talked about him really glowingly as potentially that player. I still probably had Sadiq a little bit ahead of him. The injuries are a question mark, right? I think he had 2 ACL tears, I think one in each knee. But again, the athleticism's off the charts. 6'5" and 3/4, 245. So a little bit thinner in terms of the frame, in terms of the build maybe you'd want at the tight end position, right? Doesn't have the build that Roush does, and that's probably why he doesn't go as higher, along with the injury history. But kind of a smooth, shifty player in open space, a little sharper through the break point than you might expect for somebody who kind of moves more smoothly, with his path on a lot of more longer developing plays when he's out there as a receiver. But, I think he does a really good job rolling through contact in the run game. He gave Ruben Bain a couple problems in the game. I still think it was about a little more of a stalemate in terms of how that went. But when you stalemate a guy who goes top 15, I think that's saying something, even if he has a lack of arm length. So I think the ability to be an inline tight end and affect the passing game is there. Eli Raridan, Romeo Doubs, and eventually A.J. Brown. Sounds like a team that's rearing up to go, and they got Lomu as a pass protector. Like it's still shaping up nicely for the Patriots, even though I think they are a prime regression candidate, of course, right? Just kind of coasted on the schedule a little bit. They won some tough games, of course, in the postseason against good defenses, but they have a good defense themselves. So they're probably in that range of regression, but it's hard not to like what they've been doing this offseason, and it's just culminating in the it's going to culminate in the A.J. Brown trade, but the Steelers move up here and they select Jennings Dunker, who I think, to me at least, is kind of the quintessential move the tackle to guard in this class, simply because the deficiencies are real enough. And I think if you go to the right system, right? And so I think that's a really important point. And I know it sounds like a cliche thing, but I'm going to go into detail, don't you worry, about what that means for him. But yeah, I think this one's good. This one's going to feel good. I think leave Steelers fans with a smile on the face heading into tomorrow, right? 6'4" and 7'8", 319. Dunker is a cool name. Yeah, Neighbors was raving about Downs. It's hard not to rave about Downs. Michael's still coming in here with a lot of the picks. Appreciate you for putting those out there. Steelers selecting fan favorite. We talked about it, the polish, Drew and Ayers. Yeah, so, don't have it. There we go. Yeah, so Jennings Dunker, an elite athlete, I would say, right, when it comes to, what you see from him in terms of the explosion. I don't think he's this agile with the feet. I'm surprised that he could hit these numbers in terms of the agility, but I do think when he gets out and going, the explosion out of the stance, when he's pulling, he's still got enough speed to go hit the landmarks. I don't know if he's going to be great adjusting on the fly consistently, because I just don't think he's this quick. I don't think these numbers reflect it. because I do think that's why he's kicking inside. I just don't think he has the requisite quicks to mirror, redirect, all of that. I just think, if you can get downhill and you can punish people in the run game, right, with the power stuff, you just go hat on hat and let him crush the guy in front of him. He's going to do that, right? He's going to be able to base block. He's going to be able to down block, right, and just create these massive running lanes, which I think Pittsburgh needs to do, right? I don't know if Aller's going to play or Will Howard or Rodgers, who knows. But I do think that it's going to be fascinating because I think the line needed this. So Dunker and Ihonachor, that's the commitment they needed, I think, to this offensive line. And they've still got Bernard and Aller out of it. And they got Dalen Everett. So those are the five. Those are their 5 picks. It'd be interesting to think about who has a better draft between Steelers or the Dolphins. But the Vikings have taken Caleb Tiernan, tackle out of Northwestern. And then we just have Seattle and Jacksonville, and that's going to call it a night. So, we got one more Vikings. Again, as we're kind of cleaning up here and mopping up, we're going to have a recap show. We're going to have some guests for that, which I'm really excited about because my voice needs a break after 4 hours. But we still managed to do it. I know it's a little bit clunky still, and it's easier to have somebody to play off of, right, where you can adjust graphics and all of that while people are talking. But we tried to make it as seamless as possible this year, and that was the goal. I knew I would potentially have to do it solo, and I wanted to look, and I think the big thing is I wanted to look a certain way, right? You should be getting all the info possible about all of this. That's the goal every time we do this, is to give you the most info you can possibly have. So let's get into Caleb Tiernan, right? 6'7" and 3/4, 323. Explosion drills look good. Good for Tiernan. It's funny at one of the places I consult at, he said he met Tiernan's aunt in the building a few days ago. Was talking about where he might go, and they were setting up a party for Friday night. And I was like, I think he's going to go. And so it's good to see him get picked here, which is really cool. This guy's a pass protection guy through and through. That's who he is. And when it comes to, I think locking it down in terms of, quick enough feet and a good enough strike and enough mass to obviously hold the point and just not get pushed around with bull rushes. He's going to be kind of in that reserve rotation, really good backup role of a tackle who can come in and spot start for you. I think Akis kind of took it to him in the matchup, right? That's well documented. But I do think you have something here in terms of, we'll get him in the building. Good enough athlete. We don't want him playing guard at 6'7" and 3/4, right? But we'll be able to have somebody who is in the reserve role who can come in and spot start. And so that's some good stuff there for the Vikings. I'm sure we got another one. It's Jacoby Thomas for the Vikings on back-to-back selections there. Vikings selecting Jacoby Thomas. Now, this is somebody who I think, again, Jacoby Thomas going before Keontae Scott was not something I had. Well, Ayers, thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate that. That support means a ton. You obviously have done it twice this week now, so we definitely appreciate that over here. And we appreciate you sticking around all evening. I feel wrecked. Yeah, it's tough watching Dallas do that kind of stuff, isn't it? It really is. Tough seeing Dallas, I think, putting themselves on the right track, and we'll see. We're probably going to go through, I don't know, at least 2 years worth of film on these guys and see if there's anything that we really like there, and hopefully we can find some positivity, some solace in the film for these two guys. I don't know. It feels really underwhelming, all things considered. But when you're kind of set at linebacker and safety in a linebacker and safety rich class, it feels kind of rough. And it really is annoying not to be able to address offensive line with any of Dunker or Zune at this point, because I just feel like that was I think that was just a better use of the resources. But we'll see in the long term. Again, no guarantees. But the Vikings have selected Jacoby Thomas here, the safety from Miami. 6'1", 211. Again, not the tremendous athlete, not in the elite tier per se, but good enough. And I think he was kind of the forgotten man on the defense, where I think he is really good at understanding what's going on, right, from a perspective of route combos, anticipation. The one thing I think that he struggles with the most is the tackling in space, how he addresses it, the technique, the angles that sometimes, get him out of position. That's kind of, I think, the biggest things with Jacoby Thomas, where you feel like, okay, didn't think he was going to go on day 2, but because the processing stuff, I think, is so good, that's why the Vikings wanted to take him here. And they say, okay, we'll fix some of the tackling stuff. We'll work on that in drills, because we want the mind. We want what's going on upstairs the most there. So, yeah. Not surprising. We must be done because, we are done. Okay. We are done. 2 more picks to go through, and we will call it an evening. The Jags, Seattle. Frick. Seattle. Dang it. All right, Julian Neal fans, where are you? Seattle has selected Julian Neal. Yeah. That's pretty good. Bud Clark and Julian Neal to restock the cupboard in the secondary is pretty nice, I must say. Julian Neal going here to the Seahawks. I wish this would just redirect for me when it wanted to. Okay. So, Julian Neal, 6'1" and 5'8", 203, 9.27 RAS. We know the agilities are probably the biggest question, but he's a big physical corner, right, who can get up in your face and read and disrupt route timing because he's so physical there. I think it's impressive stuff. I think he plays the ball pretty well. I think it's really just comes down to can he survive in the quick transition, sharp movement world? That's really the biggest thing with Neal, because I think everything else is good. He plays the ball well in the air, right? He's got the patience to do so. He can carry things vertically, right? And he can obviously keep things in front of him with the size and physicality. It's just really the transition points. Is it good enough? I think, I think in this defense, I think it's a really good spot for him, because they are going to keep a lot in front of you. And when you go, and you don't have to worry necessarily. So I think Julian Neal lands in a pretty good spot here with Bud Clark. I think that's a really nice restocking of the secondary. And then lastly, one more secondary pick, The Jaguars have selected Jalen Husky, safety from Maryland. So that's pretty exciting there. I know he's got a lot of fans. And, oh, man, I have notes. Oh, man, I have to go hunting for notes on Husky. Because we did a safety episode long ago, back in like January, where I have to go search for his notes. This is somebody who he's making the transition from corner, but I think he just has all of the range. All right, Jalen Husky, RAS, and we get to call it an evening. Here. Jalen Husky to the Jacksonville Jaguars to close out day 2 of the 2026 NFL Draft. 6'1", 205, 704 RAS. And I think the conversion from corner to safety, important that it's taken some time for him, but I do think he is really sharp in transition, pedal to drive, closing speed and burst is really good. He can be that enforcer at times when he wants to be. Ball production's there. There's a couple that kind of land in his lap. But again, because I think the transitions weren't as clean at corner, he gets time to kind of see things happen, anticipate, and then be able to go in transition. So kind of in that similar vein of, Trayden Stukes making this sort of transition to safety. And, we talked about it with Julian Neal about the transition points and maybe how that the Seattle defense might help him. That's kind of what maybe we're looking at here. And I think the mentality and how he plays really meshes well with what Campanile is going to want to do in Jacksonville. So thanks again, Ayers, for the super sticker there. Thanks to all who hung out tonight. We're going to make sure we called everyone out. It's been 4 hours. And it's usually fine. We Drew and Ayers were obviously the main players in here. Joseph Gleason, I know Joe W is here as well. Omer was in here. I saw you earlier say Goot trading up tonight. I saw Joel drop in early asking about some Pittsburgh stuff. I appreciate you. I appreciate always my dad always stays in here and chats. I mentioned Lee. Michael Hilltopper House was breaking some picks for us, which was nice and keeping us going there. Appreciate everybody who was keeping us up to date with all that. I know my buddy Nick was in here talking about how I was sad about the Packers selection. But I want to make sure I catch everybody for sure. I know Brian popped in here to say hello for a little bit. But a lot of messages, which is good. If you can hit that thumbs up, though. Oh, Diego. Diego's in here, too. Yes, Diego. I remember you in here as well. So lots of good stuff. Maybe not our most it's not going to be our most watched for the 10-year. Oh, Juice was here, too, as well. But we have a really fun reaction show that we're going to put together here shortly. Some great guests. I'm going to make sure we message them and see what's going on there. But everybody who commented, I appreciate Ayers again for the super sticker last night and tonight. Really helps support it all. Watch the videos that come out. That's going to be important. We'll recap tomorrow. We're not going to go live for all 7 or 8 hours. We're going to recap either tomorrow or on Sunday, kind of the full thing, go through it all. But we're going to have that recap show here shortly, hopefully in 15 to 20 minutes or so. We'll be right back here. I got to make a thumbnail for that. It probably won't be too crazy, but yeah, line up the guests. Hopefully either tomorrow or Sunday, whenever I do the recap, we're going to kind of put together a little montage of the 10 years of the show. So that'll be really exciting. But yeah, I mean, we're pretty much putting a bow on kind of this channel's live coverage in a little bit here. So again, thank you all. Pretty weird draft. Just again, we kind of expected it to be a little strange. Again, we'll figure out what the Packers are doing at some point here. But yeah, I think it's going to be fascinating. And there's a lot more, obviously, that goes into it with other teams. And so those who are interested in all of it, you guys are the best. And yeah, like I said, there's going to be we're going to do way more post-draft stuff than usual. We usually only do the Packers and just kind of leave it at that. No, we're going big. So yeah, should be awesome and a lot of fun. But again, appreciate everybody who stuck around these 2 nights and who were just supportive in that way by hitting the thumbs up and just helping with the watch hours and finding people who also wanted to watch. It means the world, and we're excited. We're not quite done yet tonight, so excited about that. We'll get a big group in here and hopefully have some fun talking about it, and I can sit back and host a little bit and not lose my voice, but we'll see. But again, thank you so much. We're going to sign off. Again, thanks to Ayers for the extra support. It always means a ton. And yeah, take care, everybody. I'll see you, hopefully some of you in 20 to 30 minutes. But take care, everybody.